I had thought that the spirit demons of the Demon Charming Association were all female. Could it be that all of you are like us, able to turn one of you into a male when you need them? An extremely handsome man with phoenix eyes said with a magnetic voice, I had thought that the spirit demons of the Demon Charming Association were all female. Could it be that all of you are like us, able to turn one of you into a male when you need them? An extremely handsome man with phoenix eyes said with a magnetic voice. This handsome man's palms were pressed tightly against LV Chinlian's jade palms. His palms were actually as beautiful as LV Chinlian's, and they were even more slender and tender. The two demon kings were fighting each other. This was an extremely dangerous action. Evil Snake King, shouldn't you worry about your subordinates now? LV Chinlian's voice was cold, but she secretly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Even though she and Evil Snake King were far away, she could still see the situation from afar. She knew that Chen Xiang was here, so with him here, her Demon Charming Association demon would be much safer. If we work together, then Ditian will become our world in the future. If we work together, we can steal the resources that Ditian has now, and that will allow us to progress further in our strength. But right now, we are only sharing the resources evenly. Don't tell me that you are willing to continue like this, and wait for Ditian to return to how he was back then, for the experts of the 9 heavens of Heaven Realm to rush over. There is simply no place for you to speak. Evil Snake King said, a pair of beautiful eyes that could make women jealous, filled with enchantment. Let me be your woman. Puffed. Don't even think about it. Back then, before I transformed into a human, I was almost swallowed by you several times. I don't want to be with someone like you who wants to swallow me at any moment. LV Chinlian shouted in anger. Don't you like men? Then I can become a woman as well. Evil Snake King laughed out loud. Humph. LV Chinlian was secretly anxious. She really wanted to release the bizarre poisonous scent on her body. But no matter how she thought about it, those poisonous scent would not come out. She still could not completely control them. If she used drunk D-powder S, then she was also worried that Evil Snake King would be able to escape even if she was poisoned. When the time came, they would spread the rumors that she possessed this unique poison, and she would be in even more danger. Actually, I quite admire you. You've already gotten used to using poison. I didn't think that the innate qi in your body would be so powerful. The Evil Snake King said, you should care about your men. LV Chinlian was paying attention to where Chen Xiang was, and the STU, our DY snake demon that was flying towards Chen Xiang, made her feel uneasy. As long as that brat dies, all of your imps will fall into our hands. That is the last resort that I left behind. You and I both know the reason why we are unable to continue staying in the Heaven Realm is because we do not have much power in the middle levels and are all small fries. If not for us who are king-level existences, we would have all been captured by him. Although many of Evil Snake King's subordinates had been killed, he did not feel any heartache at all. This time, you will definitely lose to me. I can already see the fear hidden deep within your eyes. You are worried about your little demoness. You worry too much, and you will never be able to progress. The Evil Snake King laughed sinisterly. LV Chinlian shouted coldly, shut up, the one who will definitely lose is you. When have you ever been able to defeat me, you heartless and heartless fellow? Let alone me. You will never understand the power a group possesses. This is also the reason why 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord could be called Emperor for many years. The one standing in front of Chen Xiang was STU, our DY giant, who was taller than him. He held a gigantic wolf teeth club in his hands, and his fierce-looking face was filled with malevolence and killing intent. A pair of eyes that were filled with a strange green light was staring at Chen Xiang. Human, I never thought that you would actually be together with these spirit demons. The spirit demons from Demon Charming Association are beginning to raise men, haha. While laughing, this big fellow swung his staff, horizontally. The strength behind it was very terrifying. It caused the SPAC to fluctuate, and it seemed like it was about to split open. The most shocking thing was that this was only the strength of the physical body. The spirit demon girls who were hiding in the distance were all shocked, their hearts full of worry for Qinxiang. They could tell that the big guy was much stronger than Qinxiang. That is the evil Snake Mountain Snake General. We do not know how strong this kind of snake general is, but we do know that their bodies are soaked in some evil techniques. Not only their bodies are strong, the evil force in their bodies are also like that. Young Master Shin, you have to be careful. None of them were stupid. They had already figured out Qinxiang's ident. One Tai. Only Qinxiang was able to use the devil-suppressing holy power and control its profoundness. Although he had strong limbs, his brain was not simple at all. He laughed sarcastically. A guy like you should become a woman. You don't have the guts to accept the challenge. You're not even comparable to those female demons. A cyan light flashed in Qinxiang's palm, and a large cyan SHI plus Ning blade appeared out of nowhere. The blade was surrounded by cyan dragon mist, and as Qinxiang injected the devil-suppressing holy power, it released a golden mist, accompanied by a weak dragon cry. Green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Originally, he was relatively calm, but in his heart there was an unspeakable unease. Originally, he had victory in his grasp, but suddenly a Qinxiang appeared out of nowhere. You are Qinxiang. The snake general looked at the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword in Qinxiang's hands and felt an incomparable threat. When the light shone on his body, it was as if flames were burning his body. Qinxiang sneered, "Originally, I only liked using this blade to slay dragons. Seeing that your snake has some power, I will let you die with this blade." The snake general was furious in his heart. He raised his spiked mace and flew towards Qinxiang, his speed suddenly increasing. D.A.M. N. Human, don't think that you can use this blade to kill me. I am not one of those useless soldiers. The snake would let out an earth-shaking roar, allowing him to dispel the fear he had of the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Qinxiang laughed in his heart. There were many shrimp soldiers and crab generals who died under his blade, but there were also many powerful fellows like the Prince Imperial Dragon. The mace swung wildly, emitting waves of terrifying evil chi. It was as if a demon from Hell. I was howling miserably. It was absolutely horrifying. Qinxiang had already revealed his ident, one Tai, and was not concealing his strength at all right now. Taking a step forward, the shrinking step skillfully dodged, and at the same time brandished. Plussing out the divine blade, the devil-suppressing holy power flowed endlessly, charging into the divine blade. Boom! 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 In that instant, an incomparably shocking sound resounded through the horizon, shaking the heavens. The burst of holy light was even brighter than sunlight, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster. The ground had been destroyed to the point that it was full of holes and dust was flying everywhere. But at this time he could see a very safe and broad-backed figure. Following the scattering of the dust, those charming female demon spirits, whose faces were filled with fear, saw that the snake general's wolf-fanged mace had already exploded into a mess, scattering all over the ground. This snake general's body is so strong, yet it still can't block one of his slashes. Dragon Subduing School's leader is indeed as strong as the rumors say. He is good-looking, and his strength is so strong. Fortunately, we did not make him our enemy, and even established a good relations. H.I.+P with him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. No wonder elder sister treats him so well. So he isn't an ordinary brat. The spirit demon beings behind were all discussing, their eyes flickering with the light of love as they looked at Qinxiang. Qinxiang slowly let out a breath of golden mist. Just now, He had used the power of the holy devil-suppressing seal in order to heavily injure the snake general with that blade. He paused for a moment, allowing the innate chi in his body to become much smoother, and immediately traveled through SPAC, arriving in front of the snake general. One of the arms of the snake general was destroyed, but the other was completely undamaged. However, the moment he raised his foot, he was ruthlessly kicked by Chun Xiang. The bottom of his feet was filled with golden, devil-suppressing holy power, and upon stepping on it, 10 thunderclaps suddenly sounded out. The power of the devil-subduing method pierced through the thick arm, and was crushed to pieces by Chun Xiang's stomp, as though he was stepping on tree juice. Chun Xiang looked at the roaring snake general indifferently. He kept his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and said with disdain, "Looks like you are not worthy enough for me to use this blade to kill you." Finished speaking, Chun Xiang's fist was like cast gold, spitting out power that shook the earth. He punched towards the snake general's head. The snake was about to be killed by Chun Xiang, and the group of female demons were cheering as they ran over, wanting to see Chun Xiang's true appearance at a closer distance. The snake was about to be killed by Chun Xiang, and the group of female demons were cheering as they ran over, wanting to see Chun Xiang's true appearance at a closer distance. "Ladies, all of you leave this place first. This place is currently very dangerous." Chun Xiang looked at the few goblin ladies in the distance. They were all being entangled by a group of powerful snake generals. Chun Xiang, these serpent demons, all came from the sky demon realm. I don't know when they moved to Ditian, but they were very cunning and hid themselves until now. The strongest part of these serpent demons is that they can withstand many strong poisons, but they themselves aren't good at using poison because they don't have the patience to grow poisonous flowers or poisonous plants. So their goal is to swallow our demon charming association. LV Qinlian whispered to Chun Xiang from very far away, allowing him to understand the origins of these devil snakes. Perhaps it would be of some help to him. If it was a demon, even if their strength was stronger than Chun Xiang by a few levels, as long as Chun Xiang used his full strength, he would be able to shake him. Right now he was holding on to the heavy green, dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and was sprinting towards another battlefield in the distance. If it was a worldly immortal, Chun Xiang might not dare to rush over like that, but if it was a demon or demon immortal, with his cultivation of devil-suppressing holy power and the demons subduing martial arts, coupled with holy devil-suppressing seal and green dragon demon-slain broadsword, these special tools to restrain demons, he would be able to fight with them. The fighting devil snakes had already sensed a surge of energy that was extremely dangerous to them. Earlier, they felt that this wave of energy was still far away, but the speed at which it was moving was so terrifying that it caused them to tremble in fear. Demon charming association's banshee immortals also felt the strong sense of threat, but the aura of the power was not directed at them. Furthermore, they already knew that someone was helping them, but they did not care who. "He's coming." A serpent demon shouted in shock because Chun Xiang had suddenly appeared. Just a moment ago, he was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of them. They came. Just as these two words were shouted out, a green arc of blade light appeared, slanting towards the back of one of the devil snakes. Although the devil snakes was not cut into two, the cut on its back was very deep. The bones on its back were almost cut, and the two halves only had a thin layer of flesh and skin connecting them, adding the devil-suppressing holy power. Even if the serpent demon didn't die, it was already extremely uncomfortable. That kind of power was like burning his soul, and his body was even tormented by that kind of power until it felt like it was in a blazing furnace. Chun Xiang's arrival had pleasantly surprised the female demons of demon charming association, but those serpent demons were filled with anger and fear, especially the green dragon demon-slain broadsword that was radiating holy light. They hated and feared the aura that was being released. Swoosh! A banshee immortal thrusted her sword out like lightning, piercing into the body of the snake demon that was just hacked by Chun Xiang, directly piercing through the snake demon's beast core. This am, Nabal fellow, everyone attack him together. Let's kill him first, otherwise we'll all die. A charming snake, demon, gritted his teeth and shouted, You won't succeed. One of the demon charming A.S. Association's female demons shouted coldly, Sisters, don't let them hurt young Master Shin. You have to hold them back. There were 7 serpents and 5 female immortals. Therefore, it had been extremely strenuous for them. Some of the female immortals had shocking injuries on their bodies, causing their hearts to ache. They were even aiming at Qin Xiang. Looking at their aggressive appearance, it was as if they were planning to use all their strength to break through the defenses of the Banshee immortals and then kill Qin Xiang together. Holy dragons bind. Qin Xiang said in his heart, and a burst of golden light suddenly appeared on the ground. Just as the snakes stepped into the golden ground, they saw that a golden holy dragon had come out from the ground and wrapped itself around the legs of the snakes, causing them all to stop moving. It has to be said that after Qin Xiang refined the Prince Imperial Dragon into a holy dragon pellet, he ate that holy dragon pellet and allowed him to wield the power of the holy dragon. This kind of power was the same as the devil-suppressing holy power. It was extremely destructive towards demons. But if he had to deal with snakes, the power of the holy dragon would be even more powerful, because snakes were even more afraid of dragons. All of a sudden, she was entangled with this holy force that carried a dense dragon aura, causing all the devil heart snakes to be extremely terrified. The female immortal from the demon charming Aes Association was originally prepared to die together with the snake demons, but they did not expect Qin Xiang to have such a plan, causing them to be overjoyed. Their killing intent became even stronger. The 5 slim and beautiful female demons were emitting a strong killing intent as they arrived beside the serpent demons. They swung their swords and pierced fiercely, causing blood to spurt out of the serpent demons' bodies. The blood blossomed and danced with the elegant and graceful sword wielded by the fairy, causing the scene to be extremely beautiful, but also extremely which was so strange that it caused one's heart to tremble. It had to be said that these devil snakes were extremely powerful. Although they couldn't move, they used all their strength to protect their vital parts. Although there were many holes on their bodies, they were still alive. However, when they saw Qin Xiang, who was standing not too far away, suddenly walking over, their expressions became even uglier. They could already see the divine blade in Qin Xiang's hand killing them. The holy dragon's binding could not hold on for long, and the devil snakes still had a powerful force in them. While protecting themselves, they resisted the force that was binding them under their feet. 3 of the Banshee immortals seemed to connect their hearts together. As the devil snakes broke free from their bindings, they thrust out their swords, piercing through the defense of the devil snakes and even the heavenly core of the devil snakes. At this moment, the devil snake sect was riddled with injuries and had no desire to fight. They only wanted to escape, but the Banshee immortal would not let them escape so easily. Qin Xiang did not dare to use his devil-suppressing holy power on a large area, as he was worried that he would harm the female demons. Now that the situation had been completely reversed, he did not need to use any more strength. Weren't you planning to kill me just now? Why are you running now? Qin Xiang took a step forward, teleporting through SPAC until he arrived in front of the female serpent demon. His thighs condensed with vigorous, devil-suppressing, holy power. He swung his leg towards the female serpent demon's face. What was most shocking was that when Qin Xiang's leg landed on the female serpent demon's face, it caused several thunderous booms to ring out. The snake demon cried out miserably as she was sent flying. Coincidentally, there was a demon charming AS Association fairy waiting there. When she flew over, she swung her sword and struck down, breaking the snake demon's waist and even SMA's plussing the heaven pill on her feet. As the number of devil snakes decreased, the immortal banshees grew more and more imposing, and soon another 2 devil snakes were killed. used the shrinking step to quickly swim around the battlefield, and from time to time he would attack the serpent demons SLAs. H.I.+ing across the mountain, kicking on the ground and punching on the ground, breaking the defensive capabilities of the serpent demons, while the female demons always worked together with Qin Xiang to eliminate the serpent demons after Qin Xiang attacked the serpent demons. After a while, the ground was filled with the remnants of the snake demons. Qin Xiang released a flame and burned the BLODY things on the ground. Although the female demons were injured, it did not affect their charm. Right now, all of their faces were full of flirtatious smiles as they shot glances at Qin Xiang. Two of them even ran over to ask if Qin Xiang was injured. What kind of deal does this Qin Xiang have with you two to actually stand up for you two? As far as I know, this kid does not lack women. Evil Snake King's face became ugly. All the subordinates that he brought with him had all died, although he did not care on the surface. But his heart was in pain, because they were the elites of Evil Snake Mountain. LV Qinlian laughed out loud. You will never know what a friend is. Qin Xiang is my friend, so he will naturally help me, and he doesn't need anything in return. If he has any difficulties, I will also do my best to help him. Humph, don't be arrogant. Do you think that I only have a little bit of strength? Do you think that I would not hesitate to use Do force in such a dangerous manner in order to stall you? Evil Snake King channeled the dense demonic energy in his body, causing his palm to turn red all of a sudden and release traces of red mist. At this moment, LV Qinlian's jade palm was close to Evil Snake King's palm, and she felt a power that felt like a vast ocean pounding against it. She was extremely shocked. What Evil Snake King said was true. The demonic energy was far above her, causing her expression to turn serious again. At this moment, LV Qinlian's jade palm was close to Evil Snake King's palm, and she felt a power that felt like a vast ocean pounding against it. She was extremely shocked. What Evil Snake King said was true. The demonic energy was far above her, causing her expression to turn serious again. If he were to withdraw his palm now, LV Qinlian would definitely be severely injured by the dense power released from the Evil Snake King. If it was serious, he could even kill her with it, at least because the spirit demon core was damaged or if her meridians were severely injured. LV Qinlian's cultivation was not weak either. She could also severely injure the Evil Snake King. Thus, in the end, both of them would suffer, unless the two of them stopped their cultivation at the same time. But at the moment, it seemed that it was impossible. Qin Xiang was currently surrounded by a few female demons, chattering away silently. Sisters, all of you heal your wounds first. I'm going to help your big sister. Qin Xiang had only eaten a qi shindan, allowing himself to recover the energy that he had lost earlier. This, young Master Shin, that Evil Snake King is so powerful, you better not go. Our big sister can handle it. We are worried that you will be affected. When she looked at Qin Xiang, her coquettish eyes seemed to be dripping with water. Furthermore, she had even held onto Qin Xiang's big hand and caressed him gently, causing Qin Xiang's heart to waver. Although the spirit demons of the Demon Charming A.S. Association were not really close to men, once they got close to him, they would definitely be extremely cyanate, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. This was the situation Qin Xiang was in right now. They're right. If you come here, you're just looking to die. But I usually like to send people to their deaths. Then, an extremely evil force surged over. Although they could not see the evil force, Qin Xiang and the others felt as if they were standing on the E of an ocean, looking at the frightening waves that were crazily surging towards them. Without even thinking, he knew who the person who released this power was. It was the Evil Snake King. Qin Xiang bellowed. He took out the holy devil-suppressing seal and had it form a golden SHI plus ELD of light above him, enveloping him and the female demons. Just as the golden barrier of light appeared, the evil force immediately rushed over, like a gigantic and transparent shovel, lifting up a thick layer of the ground. If not for the protection of the holy devil-suppressing seal, Qin Xiang and the rest would have been blown away along with the soil and would have been injured by the evil spirit qi. You guys leave this place first. I'll block this guy. Qin Xiang looked at the handsome man who was standing in the sky. It had to be said that even the Banshee immortals beside Qin Xiang were a little jealous of his face. Hurry up and leave. Qin Xiang pushed the few ladies by his side, his voice becoming extremely serious. This is not him, it's just a clone of him, but its strength is very strong. All of you are injured, and after using up a bit of strength, you guys cannot continue fighting with this guy. The 5 Banshee immortals softly muttered a few words to each other, then quickly left to find the other demonic spirits to meet up with them. Don't even think about leaving. My people are all dead. You can't live on either. Evil Snake King extended her slender hand, her palm facing the Banshee immortals that had already flown far away. Then, a ray of grayish-black evil light shot out from her palm. Just at that moment, Qin Xiang shuttled through S.P.A.C., took out the holy devil-suppressing seal, and used the seal to face Evil Snake King's avatar. The evil light shot over and became extremely huge, condensing a terrifying evil energy that shook the earth. Qin Xiang felt the holy devil-suppressing seal more and more. He originally thought that this holy devil-suppressing seal was just some kind of seal or something similar, but the power to restrain demon Serpa said that of the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. No wonder. So it's a holy devil-suppressing seal. Why is the devil-suppressing heavenly venerables destiny seal in your hands? Humph! If I let the people from devil-suppressing divine palace find out, you would have been torn apart by them when you went to heaven realm. Before, Evil Snake King had a relaxed expression. She thought that her clone could easily kill Qin Xiang, but after seeing this holy devil-suppressing seal, her face had a never-before-seen grave expression. This Evil Snake King was truly powerful. While fighting with LV Qinlian, he could even use a supreme secret technique to split up his clones to deal with Qin Xiang and the others. Furthermore, he was very strong, so Qin Xiang wasn't confident that he could defeat his clones unless he could borrow Long Xue's strength. Although this is my doppelganger, it is enough to deal with you. Although you have Green Dragon, Demon-Slain, Broadsword S, and Holy Devil-Suppressing Seal S, you can only bring out a small part of the power of these 2 divine weapons. Evil Snake King opened his mouth and spat out a ray of red light that looked like a snake or apricot towards Qin Xiang's throat. When Qin Xiang saw this, he immediately used his Holy Devil-Suppressing Seal to block in front of him. However, what he did not expect was that this frightening red light that was like a snake's apricot could actually penetrate S.P.A.C. and avoid the Holy Devil-Suppressing Seal's holy light, directly piercing through and appearing in front of his throat. Just as the snake apricot was about to pierce Qin Xiang's throat, a layer of flaming red scales suddenly appeared on Qin Xiang's throat. This was a dragon's scale. It looked like a burning red ruby, and it flickered with lightning as it blocked the vicious snake apricot. Qin Xiang's martial spirit was the fire thunder dragon soul. It had the nature of fire and lightning, but because his martial spirit had not fully matured, it had not become a 5 elements dragon soul, so he rarely used it. The thing that shot out from Evil Snake King's mouth was really his snake apricot, but it was extremely powerful. Its speed was like light, and it could even penetrate S.P.C. No wonder he was so confident in killing Qin Xiang. Do you want me to take action? Long Xue asked. She was a white dragon, and was as powerful as a holy dragon in the Imperial Dragon Clan. Furthermore, she had a lot of inherited memories. Not for now. I destroyed his avatar, and also killed his original body. If I borrow your power, once I'm done, I'll have to lie in bed for a while to recover. Qin Xiang said anxiously, but at the same time, the snake apricot shot out once again. Qin Xiang was already a special character of snake apricot, so he immediately used the power of the spatial laws to strengthen the S.P.A.C. in front of the holy devil-suppressing seal, preventing the snake apricot from penetrating through the SPAC. As a result, when the snake apricot hit the holy devil-suppressing seal, it was like a burning red iron plate that was burned, causing evil Snake King's handsome face to turn sinister. When I attack and kill him in one go, those fellows who look down on me will not have a good ending. Chun Xiang clenched his fists tightly. His eyes suddenly became as deep as the ocean, and a map of the mountains and rivers suddenly appeared behind him. On his head was a star map, and below his feet was a giant elephant. It was as tall as a mountain. The most shocking thing was that it was constantly emitting killing intent. That killing intent enveloped the entire Sparite vein, making people feel like this was an ancient battlefield filled with endless killing intent and death aura. Chun Xiang's killing heart crazily throbbed, and with a putong-putong sound, the murderous aura continuously released a wave of killing intent, causing the sky to change color. Everything is destroyed. The mountain, sea, and river diagram on Chun Xiang's back, the great void constellation diagram above his head, and the gigantic deity image below his feet suddenly turned into a bright red light and merged into one with Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang held the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. It merged with the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and with a force that could destroy the heavens and the earth, he slashed at the evil Snake King's clone in the distance. Slash. H. Plus Chun Xiang roared. The divine blade slashed. The sky shook. SPAC ruptured. The evil Snake King's clone could not move at that moment. He was already completely engulfed by Chun Xiang's killing intent and was locked onto by it. He only had one outcome, and that was death. Boom! The blade light enveloped the ground. With a rumbling sound, evil Snake King's body was struck by the unparalleled killing intent, accompanied by the powerful, devil-suppressing holy power. His soul was also attacked by the extremely strong Zhou de-slaying art. The avatar's soul disappeared, its flesh was destroyed, and it was burnt to ashes by the last bit of force. Since ancient times, evil has never been righteous. Demons are demons. Chun Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. His face looked somewhat haggard. He anxiously swallowed a few qi shindanes. That was his full force attack. Just now, the energy consumption was huge. When the evil Snake King's clone was destroyed, the original body was also affected greatly. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly, causing LV Qinlian to be secretly happy, because she had the chance to get out of this predicament, but suddenly she caught a glimpse of the sinister look that flashed past evil Snake King's eyes, causing her heart to immediately tremble. When the evil Snake King's clone was destroyed, the original body was also affected greatly. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly, causing LV Qinlian to be secretly happy, because she had the chance to get out of this predicament, but suddenly she caught a glimpse of the sinister look that flashed past evil Snake King's eyes, causing her heart to immediately tremble. Ha ha ha. Evil Snake King's handsome face suddenly contorted, and he laughed sinisterly. Don't expect to knock me down like this. Go to HELLBITCH. Both of evil Snake King's eyes were suddenly filled with blood-red light waves. He looked extremely terrifying as he laughed crazily and maliciously, his slender arms suddenly becoming obese, with his sleeve swollen to the point where it revealed a black arm full of scales. When LV Qinlian saw the look in evil Snake King's eyes earlier, he had already known that evil Snake King intended to perish together with her. Boom! A loud explosion sounded suddenly. The intense sound wave split the ground, and a layer of smoke that was shrouding the entire area should not be blown away. The red light shot out, and then an evil Snake King slowly descended onto the ground. They did not die, but blood leaked out of their mouths. Their faces were pale white. It was obvious that they suffered heavy internal injuries. Chun Xiang used the power of the spatial laws to the limit, traveled a large distance, and arrived at the place where the evil Snake King and LV Qinlian had landed. The moment evil Snake King touched the ground, Chun Xiang suddenly appeared. The holy devil-suppressing seal and the green dragon demon-slain broadsword had fused together, and the devil-suppressing holy power was being used to the extreme by Qin Xiang. So the moment he appeared, he fiercely slashed down at the evil Snake King with his blade. The blade glow was 30,000 meters long, and the killing intent was intermittent. Even LV Qinlian, who was at the side, felt the incomparably powerful strength concealed within Qin Xiang, making her feel as if she was facing the mysterious great elder of the dragon subduing school. Qin Xiang's sudden arrival and sudden attack were completely unexpected to evil Snake King. He predicted that Qin Xiang would definitely rush over, but he never expected that Qin Xiang would actually be so fast. Although evil Snake King was heavily injured, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. His body instinctively moved to dodge, which was a type of instinctive power that he ACCU, Mulat through his years of fighting. Ah! Evil Snake King cried out in pain. Even though he dodged, his shoulder was still cut by Qin Xiang's blade, and half of his body, along with his entire arm, had been cut off by Qin Xiang. Just you wait. Evil Snake Mountain will not let you off. The evil Snake King's sinister and resentful voice echoed in the horizon layer by layer, and when Qin Xiang made his second slash, his body had already turned into a layer of black mist, which then seeped into the ground and disappeared. What a shame! Such a good chance for him to run away. At this moment, her face was completely pale. However, there was a holy lotus seed in her body, which allowed her to recover her injuries by absorbing the power inside the holy lotus seed. However, when Qin Xiang helped her up now, he could feel that her body was extremely cold. "I've been poisoned." LV Qinlian, who had just stood up, immediately fell into Qin Xiang's embrace after saying that. Qin Xiang held her tightly and immediately released a warm fire qi to help LV Qinlian expel the poison. At this time, Qin Xiang felt more and more that the delicate body that was being embraced by her was releasing an oppressive cold aura. He looked at LV Qinlian, who had an ugly expression, and hastily asked, "Sister Lian, what poison are you infected with? Why are you so powerful that even you cannot withstand it?" "I've been severely injured, and I don't have the power to expel the poison." LV Qinlian tightly hugged Qin Xiang's warm and dy body and slowly closed his eyes, as though he could not hold on much longer. Qin Xiang was extremely anxious. He immediately cut open his wrist and let out a bit of blood, which entered into LV Qinlian's mouth. Although his blood could not be detoxified by Wan Quan, but he could still resist the poison's invasion. He carried LV Qinlian and left the Sparite Veiness, who were full of scars, arriving in a quiet mountain forest. LV Qinlian's complexion had improved a lot, but the cold poison in her body was still wreaking havoc in her body. It's the profound Han poison. I never thought that this evil Snake King would have this kind of poison, and that they would even completely infuse it into my body at the last moment. It signaled that the profound Han poison is the weakest kind of super old poison. Otherwise, I would have died a long time ago. LV Qinlian was able to speak now, and she was still lying in Qin Xiang's embrace, because the anger Qin Xiang had released made her feel very comfortable, and she didn't want to leave. Seeing that LV Qinlian had woken up, Qin Xiang could still speak. He let out a light breath and said, "Sister Lian, you scared me to death. How are your injuries?" LV Qinlian stuck her face on Qin Xiang's chest. It was her first time being in such close contact with a man. Moreover, it was when she was at her weakest, and when she needed help the most, she, who was cold all over, did not want to leave Qin Xiang's embrace at all, and only wanted to be hugged by him forever. "My internal injuries are very serious. My beast core is damaged, but I have the holy lotus seed in my body. I can absorb the power of the holy lotus seed and quickly stabilize my injuries." Although LV Qinlian was heavily injured and poisoned, lying in Qin Xiang's embrace, his heart throbbed inexplicably, giving him a strange feeling that was hard to describe. "Then take a good rest, Sister Lian. Why did that evil Snake King suddenly appear?" Qin Xiang felt that LV Qinlian was hugging him tightly, and was even rubbing against his body from time to time. This made him feel a strange feeling in his heart. LV Qinlian felt that Qin Xiang's hand was gently stroking her hair and was stunned for a moment. Then he said quietly, "I think it's the people from Demon Realm and Devil Realm who are trying to provoke him to come out to weaken my strength. Although he is a snake demon, he is still using power from the heaven demon world. Currently he is at D Tian's side. He definitely has a good relations. I plus P with the Devil Realm because the Demon Charming Ace Association is the best at fighting against the evil Snake Mountain. They're not afraid of our poison." Sister Lien, he used the Profound Being's evil poison, since it's one of the super old poison. If we were to spread the word, will his situation be very dangerous? Chun Xiang touched LV Qinlian's beautiful face. It was not as cold as before. LV Qinlian nodded and said, "I will definitely reveal this matter. As long as this matter gets out, regardless of whether others believe it or not, I will still be wary of the evil Snake King. Of course, if it's the Heaven Realm, as long as I appear and let others see the Profound Being's evil poison that I speak of, the evil Snake King will definitely be hunted." Sister Lien, that Xiao Yao over there, he's that little demon. Chun Xiang looked at the flower on LV Qinlian's hairpin and did not sense the aura of the spirit demon at all. "She's in me. Inside my spirit demon core is a lotus flower. Xiao Yao is sleeping inside." LV Qinlian chuckled. "I was already like this, but I still wasn't able to wake the little girl up." Speaking of Xiao Yao, the little demon, Qin Xiang thought of those primordial Profound Bing-s. He had just obtained a large number of Profound Bing from a warehouse set up by the Fire Divine Palace in Profound Cold Ancient Realm. And he even knew about the dirty deeds that the Fire Divine Palace had done in the Profound Cold Ancient Realm. Qin Xiang told this to LV Qinlian, causing him to frown. No wonder when my Demon Charming Ace Association's spirit demon goes to Profound Cold Ancient Realm, he would meet some fellows from Fire Divine Palace. However, our spirit demon wasn't attacked. Could it be that Fire Divine Palace is afraid of the poison of those spirit demons? Anyways, this matter must definitely be spread. We cannot let Fire Divine Palace continue like this. That's right, the reason why Fire Divine Palace does this seems to be to revive a guy called Ice Emperor. Just as Qin Xiang spoke of Ice Emperor, the frail beauty in his arms suddenly trembled. LV Qinlian widened his beautiful, soul-stirring eyes and looked at Qin Xiang with a face full of shock. "You are talking about the Ice Emperor. I have heard of him before. He is a very impressive person. I never thought that he could be revived. Please do not let him come back to life." LV Qinlian looked at the sky and fell into deep thought. The Ice Emperor was a very amazing person, but why couldn't he revive them? With D Tian in this kind of terrible situation, he needed a strong, capable person to intimidate the entire D Tian and maintain order in the D Tian. Chun Xiang caressed his face that was as beautiful as jade with LV Qinlian and asked softly, "Sister Lien, what kind of background does Ice Emperor have? Can you tell me?" Many people in the current D Tian had heard of the matters regarding the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord. However, the detailed history of the time when the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord fell, and what happened after that, very few people knew that. After the fall of the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord, many things happened. Many people in the current D Tian had heard of the matters regarding the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord. However, the detailed history of the time when the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord fell, and what happened after that, very few people knew that. After the fall of the Ten Heavens Supreme Lord, many things happened. Although D Tian had been reborn, it did not mean that he would continue to live. Perhaps he would end up like the past, shattering once again and turning into a low-level little world. LV Qinlian held Qin Xiang's big hand and gently rubbed it, feeling the warmth from the hand. She, who was immersed in her memories, looked far away and said, "Ninth heaven and 10 great earth." In those 9 days, there were already 9 emperors. They were known to be the kings of the land and the skies. Rumor has it that this was the history of those 9 emperors and the 10 kings of the 9 emperors. However, After the appearance of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and the unification of the 9 heavens and 10 earth, as well as the establishment of Tian, the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord still retained the authority of the 9 Emperor 10 Kings and let the 9 Emperor 10 Kings manage their respective territories. So that's how it is. What exactly is the hidden meaning of that piece of history? That's why it didn't come down. Qin Xiang was very suspicious. LV Qinlian caressed Qin Xiang's handsome face with her somewhat ice-cold jade hand and said, "I'm not sure because I only know a few insignificant things." Carrying on with the matter of the Ice Emperor, you should be able to guess right now the Ice Emperor is one of the emperors among the 10 kings of the 9 heavens and is in charge of the Ice Heaven. The reason I call him a figure is also because I've heard about him. In short, back then the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord wanted to have a good order, and those who made him their enemy were mostly those who wanted to break the rules. And among the 10 emperors of the 9 Emperor Empire, the strength of those emperors were not weak. It is normal for them to want to defeat the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and obtain the position of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. LV Qinlian paused for a moment before continuing. Therefore, I feel that the Ice Emperor is not a good person. If he is allowed to revive, then Tian will be in great danger. Qin Xiang naturally understood, but he now felt that it was very strange that there was any connection between profound, cold, ancient realm and him. Ice Emperor could use those profound Bing-S to revive, and Ice Emperor appearing in profound, cold, ancient realm was clearly not a coincidence. Moreover, the hidden dangers of profound, cold, ancient realm were things that could only be touched by people like the White Tiger and 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. It could be seen how mysterious profound, cold, ancient realm was. Qin Xiang did not want to take any risks right now, because for someone with his strength, going to profound, cold, ancient realm was simply courting death. Sister Lian, rest well. I will carry you to sleep tonight. Don't let out that poisonous scent. Qin Xiang said, smilingly as he looked at LV Qinlian's better complexion. LV Qinlian pouted playfully, urged Qin Xiang on his chest, and shrunk into Qin Xiang's embrace. She closed her eyes and stabilized her injuries with the help of the holy lotus seed in her body. Qin Xiang looked at the goblin beauty in his arms as he sighed in his heart. If it was before, many forces would take advantage of Demon Charming Association and not dare to go against him. But it was different now. LV Qinlian from Demon Charming AS Association was severely injured, and he would not be able to recover to his peak condition in a short while. At night, the insects in the forest chirped, and with the help of the breeze, LV Qinlian slept even better. Qin Xiang carried her and stared unblinkingly at her beautiful face, suddenly wanting to go over to her cherry-red lips, but he didn't dare do so. If LV Qinlian were to release those poisonous NS, he would be in trouble. This poison beauty's entire body is covered with thorns, sigh. Qin Xiang sighed, but he still kept stroking his face that was able to cause people's divine soul to turn upside down. Qin Xiang raised his head and looked at the stars in the sky through the gaps between the leaves and thought to himself, "This is a new world, so it should be us newcomers challenging it. It seems like this is already destined to happen." LV Qinlian could be considered a completely old person here, as he could be said to have broken the balance of this new era. This made Qin Xiang feel that it was possible that this was deliberately arranged by someone, which caused the evil Snake King, who was hiding in the shadows of Tian, to be subjected to this kind of thing. The evil Snake King was definitely in a tough spot, and he was definitely heavily injured. As for whether or not there were any other powerful existences in the new Tian, it was unknown, but Qin Xiang had to prepare in this regard. On the second day, when LV Qinlian woke up, her body was no longer cold, but the profound Han poison S in her body had not been completely expelled. This profound Han poison was not the type to immediately cause her death. However, at that time when Qin Xiang had not used his own blood to help LV Qinlian, coupled with the fact that LV Qinlian had a certain resistance to poisons, she would have been poisoned to death by the cold poison long ago. Although LV Qinlian looked fine now, the cold poison in her body made it impossible for her to unleash a strong power. When she used her poison to attack, she needed a very strong power to inject the poison into the enemy's body. After LV Chinlian recovered, her delicate and refined face revealed a smile that she never had before. Her pair of beautiful eyes revealed a strange L-U-S ter, and she looked like she liked to be more lively and gentle than before. At this time, Qin Xiang's heart was heavy. Without the demon charming AS association, he had to come up with many new plans to protect the dragon subduing city or ally with the Chun martial continent. Seeing his expression, LV Chinlian immediately pouted and said, "Little guy, Big Sis is so energetic. Why are you so unhappy?" Qin Xiang came back to reality and smiled at her. "Of course, because I can't carry you anymore. I really want to hug you like that every day." LV Chinlian said in a tender voice, "Little scoundrel, you're being dishonest again. Don't tell me you forgot about the matter of the poisonous scent I carried last time." Although she said this, she was smiling inside. "I would be willing to be poisoned to death." Qin Xiang laughed shamelessly. "Ha!" LV Chinlian lovingly snorted a few times, before sighing softly. "Qin Xiang, I promised to help you protect the Chun martial continent, but now I'm so sorry." LV Chinlian felt extremely guilty. She had done what Qin Xiang had done to her, but now it had become like this, making her hated herself for being too weak to fight against the evil Snake King, resulting in this situation. "Don't mind it." Qin Xiang didn't blame LV Chinlian in the slightest. He said in a serious tone, "Sister Lian, don't feel guilty. If you feel that you owe me a lot, promise me one thing." Seeing Qin Xiang being so serious, LV Chinlian asked anxiously, "What's the matter?" "That is to have the demon charming AS association withdraw from D Tian's dispute. I feel that this place is not suitable for you all for now." LV Chinlian was very smart and would very soon find out Qin Xiang's thoughts. She let out a light sigh and suddenly nodded, "I'll listen to you." Qin Xiang and LV Chinlian found those fae and fairies who came with them. Since Qin Xiang didn't have any other urgent matters at the moment, he started to speak amicably with those fairies in front of LV Chinlian. What made LV Chinlian grind his teeth in anger was that not only did Qin Xiang use his words to tease these spirit demon beings, he even made his move. He either rubbed his thighs or rubbed his chest or pinched his cheeks, and that group of spirit demons was very happy. Once news of LV Chinlian's heavy injuries got out, the spirit demon beings of the demon charming ACE association would probably be in big trouble, so LV Chinlian immediately gathered the spirit demons of other places and transferred all the businesses back to the demon charming association. Originally, she wanted to give it to Qin Xiang, but Qin Xiang didn't. In just 10 short days, all of the spirit demons of the demon charming association in various places of D Tian had disappeared. The rumors about LV Chinlian and the great battle of the evil Snake King spread out. Of course, the fact that the evil Snake King had profound Han poison S was also known by many. Now, many great powers had adjusted their original plans. Because the Chun martial continent had lost the protection of the demon charming 8th S association, those powers who had always regarded the Chun martial continent as their thorn were all ready to make a move. The reason why the Chun martial continent was so important was because the Chun martial continent might very well become the center of new imperial heaven world. This meant that there was a high chance that new dragon veins would appear in the Chun martial continent, something many old fellows of the heaven realm had predicted. Of course, right now, they were not foolish enough to have any powers immediately attack Chun martial continent, because no one was sure if the demon charming association would really stop protecting the Chun martial continent. Moreover, who didn't know the relations HI plus P between Qin Xiang and the Chun martial continent, and that this young brat was the nightmare of many old fellows who would dare to provoke him. Although it was the dragon subduing school, if someone offended him, that person would not be reduced. They would be exterminated, abused, and slaughtered. Evil Snake King did not die, so he would make a comeback in the future. However, Chen Xiang was really looking forward to that moment. He was confident that if there was a day, he could definitely kill the evil Snake King's main body. Evil Snake King did not die, so he would make a comeback in the future. However, Chen Xiang was really looking forward to that moment. He was confident that if there was a day, he could definitely kill the evil Snake King's main body. More than 10 days had passed since Chen Xiang helped the demon charming A association. He was in a very secretive place, using the chaos divine eye to look through the primordial profound being that he is, and ATC head from the underground palace. He had looked at more than 100 pieces consecutively, but he did not find anything inside. Although the special cold power released by the profound being was extremely strong, from their outer appearance, they were all top-grade items. If he were to auction them, he was sure that they would fetch a high price. What the F***CK? There's already more than 1,000 pieces of archaic profound being. Not even a single one is inside. Chen Xiang laid on his back on the ground, rubbing the opened chaos divine eye between his brows with both hands. At this moment, he was in the belly of a mountain, his face full of fatigue. After looking carefully at so many profound beings for more than 10 days in a row, it was impossible for him to not be tired. These profound beings all looked very good, but there were more than 1,000 of them now, and there was nothing inside, which made Chen Xiang extremely disappointed. Of course, he could sell these profound beings or give them to him to use as profound being pills, as the value of using them was still very high. The last time I entered those underground palaces, I heard those guys mention that the profound being would. Maybe when the time came, I would be able to get profound being with treasures. Chen Xiang suddenly thought of this matter, and the profound being conference was about to begin. He did not continue to look at the remaining 2,000 profound being. That would take too much time. If he finished, he would not be able to partake. 1. P. 8 in the profound being conference. I still have 2 treasure chests. When I have time, I will think of a way to replenish the energy in the ice dragon sword sheath and open those 2 treasure chests. Chen Xiang had always been thinking about the 2 treasure chests, but it would be extremely difficult for him to replenish the power of the ice dragon sword sheath. Chen Xiang did not have that kind of patience. He also believed that he would be able to find the power to replenish the key and open the remaining 2 treasure chests. The hammer of G. D that he had gotten from opening the treasure chest last time was a supreme treasure. This could allow him to avoid using green dragon demon-slain broadsword in the future, and at least have a powerful weapon that he could use. Chen Xiang used a large number of spars and finally understood what was going on with the profound being. The profound being would be held in the profound ice city, and the profound ice city would be located at the outskirts of the profound cold ancient realm, where the transmission array would exist. In that way, the northern goblin city, which the demon charming A association was in control of, would lose its advantage, but the demon charming AS association did not care at the moment, as LV Qinlian needed to recuperate from her injuries. Therefore, when LV Qinlian had initially decided to withdraw from the new Imperial Heaven Worlds compet, one tie-in, he had also considered this point. Her demon charming AS association had a lot of resources. After quitting, she had transferred all her AS sets to him and had also gained a large sum. At first, Chen Xiang thought that the profound ice city was a city covered in snow and ice, but after arriving here, he found it hard to believe that the profound ice city was located in the snow and ice outside the profound cold ancient realm. The only difference was that the entire city was enveloped by a faintly golden barrier of air that could be seen with the naked eye. The cold wind could not blow in, and the ice and snow would not appear here either. The light from the outside penetrated through the barrier of light, making the entire city seem as if it was being illuminated by warm sunlight. To be able to create such a city meant that the power that controlled the city had set its sights on it and used its greatest strength to build the city well, attracting a large number of people. From this, it could also mean that the power that controlled the city was very powerful, because the powerful formation that enveloped the city was not something that a normal power could build. The qualifications to partic. 1. P8 in the profound being S meeting in profound ice city is very high. One must either have high-quality profound being S with stones or have 300 billion spar S, because when the profound being meets, there will be giant auctions or gambling with profound being S, and the activities of profound being exhibitions will all require a large number of spar S. The profound being S were divided into 4 ranks: upper, middle, and top. The lower tier was the worst, and of course this was determined by the cold chi and appearance that the profound being released. Due to psychological effects, many people believed that this kind of profound being had a higher chance of producing treasures. Chen Xiang obtained the qualifications to have 300 billion spar. It was not like he did not have 10 high-quality profound being S. He had over 3,000 of these profound being. It was just that he stole all of these profound being. If he took them out, they would definitely recognize him. Although he did not know which power was in charge of the profound ice city, Chen Xiang could roughly guess that only the Fire Divine Palace had this kind of arm. Regardless if it was held by the Fire Divine Palace, Chen Xiang planned to join in the fun. If he saw profound being S with treasures inside, he would use any means to get them. After obtaining the qualifications to partic. 1. P8 in this great A.S. assembly, Chen Xiang waited in a restaurant to begin. After a few days, Pa S. said, Chen Xiang could hear people exclaiming in the streets every day, saying that some important figures or big shots of some kind had come. Although Chen Xiang did not know who those big shots were, and he had not heard of them, he knew that there were a lot of strong people who had come to partic. 1. P8 in the profound being conference, and they seemed to be newly formed powers. In the morning, Chen Xiang was walking on a wide and uninhabited street. Because of the profound being S meeting, this street was sealed today, and only those who had qualifications to partic. 1. P8 in the profound being S meeting could enter. When Chen Xiang arrived at the entrance, he could feel a very familiar fire aura. It belonged to the Fire Divine Palace, but this could only mean that the Fire Divine Palace was partic. 1. P8ing in the compet. 1. Tian, which did not mean that this villa was the lair of the Fire Divine Palace. However, it made Chen Xiang more or less certain that this profound ice city was somehow related to the Fire Divine Palace, or it could be done by the Fire Divine Palace allied forces. The villa was called the Raging Flames Villa. Upon entering the villa, he immediately felt a warm wave of heat that made his body feel indescribably comfortable. Entering the villa, Chen Xiang heard the question of the servants guarding the road and knew where the main hall was. That was the place where the profound being S were displayed, and was also the place where the partic. 1. P. Ants of the profound being S meeting would show off the unique profound being S that he had obtained. If anyone had their eyes on them, he could directly buy them here, but the prices required both parties to communicate with each other. There were at least 300 billion spar, or 10 high-quality profound being, and a few mid-quality profound being that were able to partic. 1. P8 in the profound being S. Although they couldn't be sure that there were treasures in the profound being S, they were all expensive. When Chen Xiang arrived at the exhibition hall, he saw that there were trillions of ancient profound being S called Gold Dragon Ice S. They were dazzling in gold and looked like a golden dragon made out of gold, hovering above a pillar while holding a golden pearl in its mouth. A naturally formed profound being could look like this. It was truly strange. Furthermore, the cold chi that the gold dragon ice was releasing was also very strong. It was much stronger than the high-quality profound being. Chen Xiang strolled around a few times and finally stood in front of the gold dragon ice, and then carefully looked at it. He could use the chaos divine eye to look at the extremely valuable treasures inside, because he also felt that this gold dragon ice was very special. There were a lot of people watching the gold dragon ice, and it wasn't easy for Chen Xiang to squeeze in, so he could look even more closely, and he heard the people around talking about the gold dragon ice. Most people thought that the gold dragon ice had good things, but no one bought them because the price of the gold dragon ice was 1.8 trillion. There were many people who wanted to buy it, but they were embarrassed set and could only drool. They cursed the wastrel who took out the gold dragon ice to sell. This sort of thing should have been left for them to sell. They actually dared to take it out. Chun Xiang snickered in his heart because more and more people used the Profoundbing's appearance to determine if there were any treasures inside. If it was possible, Chun Xiang would really like to see those normal Profoundbing, because he felt that the possibility of these normal Profoundbing having treasures was much higher than those beautiful Profoundbing. The more than 3,000 Profoundbing he got from the Fire Divine Palace already had 1,000 of them, but they did not have any treasures right now. Many people were commenting about the gold dragon ice. Only Chun Xiang was looking at it very carefully, with a focused expression. Some people thought that he was pretending to understand the Profoundbing, especially those who often played with it, because they believed that they were certain that there were definitely treasures inside. Many people were commenting about the gold dragon ice. Only Chun Xiang was looking at it very carefully, with a focused expression. Some people thought that he was pretending to understand the Profoundbing, especially those who often played with it, because they believed that they were certain that there were definitely treasures inside. Chun Xiang used the Chaos Divine Eye to look carefully a few times, but he still could not find anything inside the Profoundbing. He could not help but shake his head and sigh, such a beautiful piece of Profoundbing with no treasures inside, which made him feel that it was a pity. At the same time, he was even more sure that these gaudy Profoundbing actually had nothing inside. Brother, what are you sighing for? It's normal that you can't afford it. Just now, you were squeezing around this gold dragon ice. Do you really think you can see if there's anything inside? An old man who was trampled on by Chun Xiang just now was kept in mind. Seeing Chun Xiang looking at him in such a serious manner, his heart was in a mess. So he started to complain. Chun Xiang was currently a long-bearded, middle-aged man. He shook his head and said, "No, I'm sighing because this gold dragon ice looks so good, but there's nothing inside." Chun Xiang was speaking the truth. Although his voice was low, the people who were able to come here had good hearing and could hear what Chun Xiang said. Hearing Chun Xiang say that everyone was enraged and scolded themselves, "What do you know?" Seeing everyone's expressions, Chun Xiang did not say any more. He was indeed speaking the truth just now. Nonsense, such a strange piece of Profoundbing. Naturally formed dragons. How can there not be treasures inside? If there aren't any treasures, how did this Profoundbing turn into a dragon? A black-clothed man coldly snorted. Chun Xiang said, "I have seen many strange Profoundbing, but very few of them were able to produce treasures, so I would like to ask why these strange Profoundbing do not have any treasures. These Profoundbing do not have any treasures, but the Profoundbing are still unique." There were a lot of things like what he said just now, and those people were speechless at this moment. However, the black-clothed man still said resolutely, "Didn't you see that the gold dragon ice were incomparable to those strange Profoundbing? There must be treasures inside the gold dragon ice." Chun Xiang laughed coldly. "It's useless to say anything unless you break it down and take a look." "That's right, but if you want to break through the Profoundbing, then you have to buy it. This is a huge gamble. Which one of you two would dare to do that? Don't just talk, arguing is meaningless. Call him and do something. Buy it, break it." Everyone jeered. Chun Xiang said loudly towards the black-clothed man, "If my guess is right, then this gold dragon ice should belong to this brother. Since you are so sure that there are treasures inside the gold dragon ice, why not open it yourself and shout it out? What are your intentions?" Hearing Chun Xiang's words, everyone began to discuss softly, especially when they saw the muscles on the man in black's face twitch. They were even more certain that this gold dragon ice was his. Chun Xiang originally did not dare to be sure, so he was only casually saying that even if the gold dragon ice was not the black-clothed man's, he did not suffer any losses. Since he was so sure that there were treasures inside the gold dragon ice, why did he not break through the profound Bing and instead sell it here at a high price? As long as he was not stupid, everyone would understand that this guy did not have much confidence in his gold dragon ice, but he was sure that there were treasures inside the gold dragon ice. Seeing that the black-clothed man had nothing to say, Qin Xiang laughed secretly in his heart. The reason he came here today was to join in on the fun, and then to cause some trouble. With such a high quality of cold energy, like this gold dragon ice, he definitely could not let the Fire Divine Palace take it away to revive the Ice Emperor. Therefore, Qin Xiang decided to destroy the profound Bing. The man in black took a deep breath and cursed at Qin Xiang many times in his heart before he said slowly, "There must be some treasures inside the gold dragon ice, but there are also some treasures of various grades, and I am not sure what this treasure is, so I took out the gold dragon ice to sell. If everyone wants to bet a bet, I can sell 1,500,000,000,000 of them right now." The crowd was in an uproar, but there were definitely not many people who wanted to buy it. The risk was too high, the price was too high. Even a huge being like the Fire Divine Palace could not bear the price. Qin Xiang laughed coldly. "You just said it before, there's a treasure inside the gold dragon ice. But it can also be a treasure that's not good. Your words aren't bad." "That's right. There must be treasures inside the gold dragon ice," the man in black said with determination. "And if not?" Qin Xiang looked at the gold dragon ice and said, "If I buy this gold dragon ice and there are no treasures inside, you can return to the 150 billion spar and give it to me. What do you think?" Had also expected this, so he continued to say something extremely tempting. "How about this, because I think that there are no treasures in the gold dragon ice. If I buy your gold dragon ice, if there are no treasures inside, then you can return 150 billion to me. If you have the treasure will belong to you, and the 150 billion will belong to you. What do you think?" The man in black thought for a moment and then shouted, "No problem." Qin Xiang immediately took out 150 billion spar. Dragon, subduing city, had made a lot of spar, and he had it with him. Everyone immediately did not dare to look down on him anymore, because Qin Xiang was not using 150 billion to buy the profound Bing, but to gamble. Furthermore, what he was betting on was not only the spar, but the treasures inside the profound Bing. If the profound Bing really had a precious treasure, he would definitely lose a lot. Everyone immediately retreated, far away from the gold dragon ice. They did not expect that the guy who kept saying that the gold dragon ice did not have any treasures was actually buying it now. Furthermore, he handed it over to the spar happily, which was truly admirable. Everyone was guessing the ident. One, tie of this person, to have this kind of action. He definitely wasn't an ordinary person. The gold dragon ice was bought, and there was even a bet made. If this bet was won by Qin Xiang, then Qin Xiang would get nothing, and at most make sure that there were no treasures inside the gold dragon ice. And if that man in black won, not only would he obtain treasures, he would also get 150 billion spar. The person who broke through the profound Bing was the one who would be sent by the profound Bing, and he used a sharp knife. As long as he stimulated the profound Bing to the point where it could be broken into pieces, the gold dragon ice could be broken into pieces. "Old mister, sorry for the trouble." After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he retreated far away, lest others think that he was cheating, and the black-clothed man did the same as they kept their distance from Qin Xiang, the 3-man tall gold dragon ice. The old man used his sharp knife and stabbed into the profound Bing, only to see the gold dragon ice suddenly shatter, turning into a piece of ice and falling to the ground. There was a thick pile of ice crystal powder on the ground, and it was still unable to confirm if there were any treasures inside. The old man waved his sleeve and used his strength to hold up the ice crystal powder, and then floated up like a curtain of water. Qin Xiang laughed. "Brother, don't tell me you want to go back on your words." The man in black clenched his fists tightly, appearing very excited. He rushed up and carefully examined the ice crystal powder. After searching carefully, he did not find any treasure. The 150 billion spar that did not have any warmth were about to be returned to Qinxiang, which made the man in black feel extremely unresigned in his heart. Although from the looks of the bet he had gained a lot, but if he lost, his losses were not small either. Qinxiang stored away the ice crystal powder on the ground. This was his final goal, which was to obtain this gold dragon ice without spending a single spar. This ice crystal powder was trash in the eyes of many people, but in Qinxiang's eyes, the high-grade materials for refining pills could become a very powerful killing tool in his hands. Who is this guy? A perfectly fine piece of gold dragon ice was destroyed by him like this. Investigate carefully for me. If he's not that powerful, teach him a lesson and destroy our plan. An old man from the manor said angrily. Before this, we had already investigated everyone who was qualified, but only this person was unable to find out. I think he used a disguise technique and a fake one. He must have a huge background. I'm sure he doesn't know if he is hostile towards this Fire Divine Palace or not. The old man from the Fire Divine Palace snorted. Regardless of whether or not he is hostile to our Fire Divine Palace, he must be taught a lesson for destroying a good profound being like the gold dragon ice. The profound being's showcase hall was very big. The gold dragon ice had already been broken down, and there were no treasures inside, causing those who wanted to buy the profound being to give up on the idea of taking the risk. The profound being's showcase hall was very big. The gold dragon ice had already been broken down, and there were no treasures inside, causing those who wanted to buy the profound being to give up on the idea of taking the risk. Clearly, the other profound being were more or less the same. Although everyone knew about this, it was all because of the psychological effects of so whenever they saw some of the more peculiar-looking profound being, they all thought that it was possible that there were treasures inside. In this place, perhaps only Qinxiang could see whether or not there were treasures inside the profound being, but he did not have much hope for them. He felt that it would be very difficult to find treasures within the profound being, especially this kind of high-quality profound being. He was just curious how these profound being were formed. Qinxiang did not believe that these profound being were naturally formed. He felt that these profound being were all created on purpose and were discovered by people many years later. There were a lot of people in the exhibition hall, but there were many big shots or strong people gathered here. They had a lot of spar, and there was nowhere for them to spend them, so naturally they wanted to try their luck here, because some treasures were priceless treasures. No matter how many spar you had, they would not be willing to sell them to you. Brother, my tone of voice just now was a bit presumptuous. Please forgive me. A black-clothed man walked to Qinxiang's side and cupped his hands. Qinxiang never thought that he would actually take the initiative to apologize to him. But from the way things were going, although this man was a little aggressive on the inside, he was extremely upright. Although he had lost the bet, but he was very straightforward and also admitted defeat. I'm fine. I wonder what your name is. Qinxiang waved his hand at him and said, My name is Bai Xian. Where's brother? The black-clothed man laughed and said it was obvious that he wanted to become friends with Qinxiang. Qinxiang also wanted to know the location of the gold dragon ice and smiled apologetically. Kai Gui! Bai Xian was a little shorter than Qinxiang, but he had a tall and dy physique. Even though he was not handsome, he looked extremely charismatic, with a sharp horn on his face and a sense of steadiness. But the things that he had done before were clearly too impulsive. He understood now and decided to become friends with Qinxiang. The two did not have any conflicts, and they were not narrow-minded people either, so they soon started talking. Qinxiang felt that this Bai Xian was not simple. Although he looked like someone who had endured the 6 nirvana tribulations, Qinxiang could feel that he was looking at flowers through the fog. Brother Bai, how did you get that gold dragon ice? It might not be easy to get hold of it. After Qinxiang and Bai Xian talked about a lot of things, they suddenly sent a sound transmission to Bai Xian and went straight to the point. Bai Xian was also not surprised. He replied with a sound transmission. I got it from the profound, cold, ancient realm. This gold dragon ice was buried very deeply. Actually, there is a secret which only very powerful forces know about. What secret? Chun Xiang had always been curious about the origins of these unique profound beings. Some of the deeper parts of the profound, cold, ancient realm have hidden rivers, and most of these unique profound beings are submerged in these rivers. Although many of the powerful forces know about them, they cannot bring them up, because those underground rivers are exceptionally cold, and even the powerful immortals can turn into profound beings. Qin Xiang was secretly surprised. There was actually this kind of underground river in the profound, cold, ancient realm. He thought that it should be the reason behind the profound, cold, ancient realm's appearance. Those profound beings were probably formed this way too. He planned to take a look at those underground rivers. Brother Bai, could it be that your gold dragon ice was obtained from there? It seems that you are not a simple person. Qin Xiang looked at a three-headed, tiger-shaped profound being and secretly whispered to Bai Xian, I didn't get it. It was just a coincidence. When I met the Gus, Plussing River, the gold dragon ice gushed out from a hole dug by someone else. But this situation is very rare. I was lucky. Chun Xiang did not believe that Bai Xian was lucky, but this was a secret to other people getting rich. He was not too familiar with Bai Xian right now, so he would naturally not pursue the details to prevent others from feeling disgusted. But he already had a way to get Bai Xian to bring him to search for those underground rivers. Big Brother Kai, why are you so sure that there are no treasures in my gold dragon ice? Don't say that you're just lucky. I can see that you were quite confident back then, and weren't those lucky gamblers. Bai Xian asked. He only planned to befriend Qin Xiang because he had thought of this point. Chun Xiang would definitely not say that he was able to tell that there was something inside the profound being, so he replied, It's just a little family heirloom secretary, but not every profound being is fine, especially those very ordinary profound being. I can't really tell. But if it's these high-quality profound being, I can easily see through them, but not all of them. Then I'll be able to see through the gold dragon ice with a single glance. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, Bai Xian was extremely excited. I never thought that there would be someone as amazing as Big Brother Kai who can see if there are any treasures inside the profound being. Although not all profound being can see it, this is pretty impressive. Bai Xian exclaimed in shock and secretly sighed in his heart. The only thing he had done in his bet with Qin Xiang was to lose a piece of profound being. With regards to this, it allowed him to have a much better impression of Qin Xiang and also gave him the chance to meet someone like Qin Xiang. Big Brother Kai, since you have such a family heirloom secret technique, why don't we cooperate and use the profound being to make a fortune? Bai Xian whispered to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang knew that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to follow Bai Xian to the profound, cold, ancient realm to look for the place where the hidden river gushed out. Brother Bai, I do not lack spar. I just want more high-quality profound being, because I feel that these broken profound being can be used for a high price. Qin Xiang said. Bai Xian was shocked. It was not as if no one had done this before, but he knew that this Big Brother Kai in front of him had a secret technique. He might be able to use these profound beings to create some powerful objects. Qin Xiang released a little bit of sweetness to lure Bai Xian. If nothing unexpected happened, after the profound being ends, he should be able to follow Bai Xian to the profound, cold, ancient realm. Inside the showcase, not all the profound being were unique profound being of high quality, and there were also many so-called inferior profound being, which were all ordinary. It was precisely from these inferior profound being that Qin Xiang had produced this kind of impressive thing called philosophic stone. Qin Xiang and Bai Xian walked over to those inferior profound beings who had lost their luster in the showroom. Qin Xiang noticed a round yellow profound being, and when he looked over, the chaos divine, I seemed to be able to see something from inside. There seems to be something inside this piece of profound being. I never thought that I would be able to see if there was anything inside this inferior profound being. This is my first time seeing it. Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Bai Xian. In order for Bai Xian to believe in his secret technique, he had to prove it. Bai Xian was immediately overjoyed. "Can you see what treasure is inside?" "No, I can only see if there's anything inside. Treasures, or something, are hard to see." Chun Xiang was telling the truth. "How much is this profound being worth?" Chun Xiang asked. An old man in charge walked over and said, "These are not for sale, these are all gifts. Only by purchasing the designated profound being S can you obtain these gifts. This is not a place to sell inferior profound being S." Chun Xiang nodded his head. "So that's how it is. Didn't I say it before? How can we sell low-quality profound being here?" He looked at Bai Xian and asked with a smile, "I didn't buy anything from your gold dragon ice just now." Ever since the bet just now, Chun Xiang and Chun Xiang had been noticed by everyone here. The fact that they could become friends made many people quite surprised. That's because someone else prepared the gift and someone else didn't. He knew that the two of them were old men. One of them could take out a gold dragon ice, and the other could throw out more than 1,000,000,000,000 spar in one breath. These were not people he could afford to offend. Chun Xiang laughed. "Oh, I don't know what kind of profound being I have to buy to be able to obtain this oval-shaped profound being, but I am actually a person who likes to take small advantages of others." Chun Xiang was not so stupid as to directly say that he wanted to buy the oval-shaped profound being. Under the guidance of the old man, Chun Xiang quickly found the seller and bought a high-quality profound being that was worth more than 500 billion, then went to a resting room with Bai Xian. Under the guidance of the old man, Chun Xiang quickly found the seller and bought a high-quality profound being that was worth more than 500 billion, then went to a resting room with Bai Xian. Chun Xiang took out the hammer of God and lightly struck the head of it, opening that oval-shaped profound being, only to see a thumb-sized piece of immortal jade rolling inside. There is indeed something. Furthermore, it is a celestial jade. However, this is a bit of a loss. This piece of immortal jade was indeed not worth 500 billion spar, but Chun Xiang had proven that he could see if there was anything inside the profound being or not. The celestial jade was very small, but Chun Xiang could see it. If it was a big guy, it would be even easier. Then what about that piece of profound being that was bought with 500 billion? Does that have a profound being inside? Bai Xian asked anxiously. Chun Xiang shook his head. "I can't tell." Because Chun Xiang could not let this Bai Xian know that he could see very accurately. He wanted to create an illusion that Bai Xian would think that he was accurate at times and would not be able to see through him. Following that, Chun Xiang broke through the profound being he had bought, but there was nothing inside. Chun Xiang and Bai Xian could only sigh in disappointment. Although Chun Xiang had lost a lot, he believed that the loss now was worth it because it would allow him to obtain even more high-quality profound being, so he might not need to spend too much effort. Although he already had a lot of high-quality profound being, but he did not think that it would be enough. The profound being's exhibition hall will not close. If everyone has enough spar, you can come again. The next event will be a big one, and everyone should be looking forward to it. A middle-aged man said in a clear voice. Chun Xiang looked at the middle-aged man and frowned because the middle-aged man had the aura of a fire divine palace. Just a moment ago, he felt that the middle-aged man was looking at his cultivation level, as expected of the fire divine palace. Chun Xiang clenched his fists tightly. He felt that he was in danger. This was the territory of the Fire Divine Palace, and Fire Divine Palace was related to him, so he must not be weak. Everyone headed towards the auction house. Chun Xiang walked in vigilantly, as well as he sat in the middle row with Bai Xian. After everyone had left, the middle-aged man from earlier stepped onto the platform, holding a bronze mirror in his hand. He swept his gaze over the crowd. Just as his gaze landed on Chun Xiang's body, Chun Xiang's body suddenly started to exude a gold light, which surprised Chun Xiang greatly because he felt that his disguise was disappearing. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him because the multicolored light surrounding his body was very dazzling. Even in this very wide hall, he was still very attractive. Bai Xian was even more surprised. He thought that Chen Xiang was about to do something out of bounds, even though he still wasn't too familiar with Chen Xiang. But he knew that Chen Xiang was an extraordinary person who could use some trouble to see through the contents of the profound being. After the golden light surrounding Chen Xiang disappeared, everyone in the auction venue sucked in a breath of cold air because Chen Xiang's transformation had been cancelled. Chen Xiang, I never thought that it would actually be you, haha. Under the Sky Soul mirror, your true form is revealed. The middle-aged man on the stage laughed out loud. You're a dignified dragon subduing school of a dragon subduing school, and yet you don't dare to use your real body to appear. The one who was even more shocked was Bai Xian, because he did not expect that the mysterious person who could see if there was anything inside the profound being was actually Chen Xiang. The leader of the dragon subduing school had grasped dragon veins, knew how to refine pills, and had done many heaven and earth shocking things. In the new imperial heaven world, it was really difficult to find out, as his portraits were all over the streets. Although he was now a leader of the dragon subduing school and had very powerful strength, there were still powers placing bounties on him, namely the Tong Tian aristocratic family S and some of the Sage Realm experts. Although none of these powers had strong experts, their foundations were very thick and there were many spar S and such. Although it would be difficult to get a hold of Chen Xiang with such a high bounty, it was enough to make Chen Xiang not dare to show his face in the new imperial heaven world, especially at a situation like this. Chen Xiang, great devil. It was unknown who shouted, but the crowd quickly scattered and left Chen Xiang, and it was the same for Bai Xian. Although Chen Xiang was very strong, he had made too many enemies, and the middle-aged man on the stage clearly wanted to deal with Chen Xiang as well. You guys are from Fire Divine Palace, right? It's not like you have any rules about whether or not you can take part in the profound Bing S. Do you know how long I had to take part in the S? Chen Xiang was extremely furious in his heart. His ident. 1. Tai had been exposed because he had only dared to let Bai Xian know that he had the ability to see through the profound Bing before, after changing his appearance. If others knew that his dragon subduing school had this kind of heaven-defying ability, then it would be very difficult for him to buy a set of profound Bing in the future. Everyone could feel Chen Xiang's anger, and a monstrous killing intent immediately filled the entire arena. Chen Xiang suddenly disappeared. He flew across the S.P.A.C., took out his green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and fiercely slashed at the heaven's spirit mirror. He controlled it well, and he hacked it with great precision. He only destroyed the mirror in the middle-aged man's hand, not harming him. Initially, he had wanted to put away the heavenly spirit mirror, but who knew that Chen Xiang's speed was so fast that he arrived right in front of him in an instant and even made a slash. If Chen Xiang's blade was even more ruthless, he might already be dead on the spot. Impudent! Don't think that my Fire Divine Palace is a persimmon that you can pinch as you please. If you think that we are trash like the Tong Tian aristocratic family, then you are completely wrong. Chen Xiang was shocked in his heart. He had long since known that there was a very powerful fellow hidden within the Fire Divine Palace, but he didn't expect that there would be an old fellow here. Humph, it was you who first destroyed my disguise. You were the one who acted presumptuously. Chen Xiang shouted angrily. Even though the opponent was very strong, he would definitely not show any weakness in terms of aura. Boy, I do not wish to attack you. Furthermore, you are not qualified for me to attack you. However, that does not mean that I will spare you. The old man was clearly a bit angry as well. His strength was so great, but he was actually being contradicted by a little kid. It's the immortal king. This old fellow is an immortal king. Long Shui shouted. She was saying, let Chen Xiang quickly escape. Just as Long Shui realized the old man's strength, the entire auction place was enveloped in a powerful seal. This was a barrier created by the immortal king using a lot of energy, sealing off the surrounding S.P.A.C., so even if Chen Xiang used the power of the spatial laws, he would not be able to escape. The moment Chen Xiang destroyed the heavenly spirit mirror, The old man could tell that Chen Xiang knew some secret methods to travel through SPAC, which was why he immediately sealed it. He could not let Chen Xiang escape, because this was the best opportunity to capture Chen Xiang. Previously, the old man was still a little worried, because there was a very powerful and mysterious great elder by Chen Xiang's side. However, he didn't need to worry about him now, because he was sure that the great elder wasn't present. The rest of the people in the auction house were trapped here with Chen Xiang, and just when they were complaining incessantly in their hearts, the old man chuckled and said, "Friends, this old man swears on Fire Divine Palace that he won't let you hurt a single hair on your head. If our Fire Divine Palace is able to capture Chen Xiang today, then from today onwards, we will not decline your request." And right now, everyone can also immediately watch an intense battle to witness the elegance of Dragon Subduing School. Everyone could feel the powerful aura exuding from the old man. Although the people here were all heavyweights, when faced with an immortal king, they were still nothing more than ants. Chen Xiang took a deep breath. Right at that moment, the middle-aged man in front of him suddenly attacked. After receiving the orders from the powerful old man, he immediately took action. When his palm struck towards Chen Xiang, a few sharp blade tips suddenly appeared in his palm. If he were to be struck by the palm, his body would definitely be pierced. The middle-aged man thought that Chen Xiang would dodge or block, but unexpectedly, Chen Xiang did not move an inch, and his body released a strong traction force that firmly sucked the middle-aged man's hand onto his shoulder. When the knife on the middle-aged man's palm stabbed onto Chen Xiang's body, it actually bounced off, as if he was stabbing a piece of vajra with great force. "With your little strength, you still want to kill me? Scram!" Chen Xiang struck out his palm, striking the middle-aged man's face and sending him flying out. He crashed into a pillar at the auction house, and after breaking the pillar, he fell to the ground, spitting out blood. After Chen Xiang's transformation was broken through by the heavenly spirit mirror, he revealed his true form, causing many of Chen Xiang's plans to be disrupted. After Chen Xiang's transformation was broken through by the heavenly spirit mirror, he revealed his true form, causing many of Chen Xiang's plans to be disrupted. "Brother Shin, how are you now?" Bai Xian thought about it for a long time before finally sending a sound transmission to Chen Xiang. "I only need to escape. Can you help me?" Chen Xiang was currently sealed within a strong barrier, and this barrier was shrinking. As long as it was within a certain range, the people trapped within would be able to leave, and at that time, only Chen Xiang would be able to escape. This is very difficult. The old man who laid the spirit formation was an immortal king, and the power of the spirit formation is getting stronger and stronger. There is a very powerful formation here, and as long as that formation is activated, you will not be able to escape. Bai Xian sent a sound transmission to Chen Xiang, but when it was transmitted over, the voice became softer, showing just how powerful the barrier was. "It seems that I can only work with you in the future. I will escape as soon as possible. You should leave this place for now. If a great battle breaks out, it might affect you." Chen Xiang sighed. The rest of the people in the auction venue weren't in the enchantment anymore, so he immediately left to avoid any misfortunes. "Chen Xiang, you have some skills. If I didn't intervene, it would be difficult for anyone in my Fire Divine Palace to kill you. Right now, let's seal you here temporarily. This is also to allow my new Imperial Heaven world to have some peace and quiet." The old man's words made Chen Xiang teared and exasperated. Chen Xiang could feel that the enchantment around him had become stronger. He guessed that the Fire Divine Palace used some sort of formation plate or other to reinforce him, making it harder for him to escape. "Seal him for 10 years. If no other powerful forces appear within these 10 years, we will make our move and take down the Chun Martial Continent before we rule over the entire new Imperial Heaven world." Chen Xiang used up all of his divine power and could only barely break out, so he could hear this sentence. "Did I really get sealed? What is this guy trying to do?" Chen Xiang used all of his strength to frantically strike at the invisible barrier, causing rumbling sounds. However, he did not release any of his strength outwards, as all of it exploded inside the barrier. Originally, there were many tables and chairs in this auction venue, but now, all of them had been destroyed by Qin Xiang. He was sealed here. Qin Xiang was furious when he thought about how he was going to be sealed for 10 years. He took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and hacked at it randomly, but like before, it was completely useless. He also used some escape techniques, such as the water escape technique and the earth escape technique, but this barrier was too powerful. It was as if this barrier was customized for him, and he was still unable to escape. Use the hammer of Ji. Oh, D, Long Shui reminded. Qin Xiang immediately took out his hammer of Ji. Oh, D, and hammered at the invisible barrier a few times, but to no avail. Following that, Qin Xiang used all sorts of powerful techniques, but were unable to break through the barrier. If I have the power of the SPAC laws, I'll definitely be able to travel through SPAC. Qin Xiang felt so because he had used the power of the spatial laws, allowing SPAC to fluctuate slightly. It was just that SPAC had been strengthened and strengthened by the power released by the formation. One must know that when the Fire Divine Palace sealed Qin Xiang, he used 2 formation plates, so they naturally had the strength to kill Qin Xiang. However, who would have known that Qin Xiang was a living treasure trove? Furthermore, Qin Xiang was an alchemist. He definitely had a fire soul on him, and it was very powerful. Fire Divine Palace had been staring at his fire soul for a long time, but he couldn't tell what kind of fire soul it was. Palace Lord, are we just going to keep him trapped like this for 10 years? Qin Xiang is a treasure all over his body. We should torture him to the point of forcing him to hand over the valuable things on us. A man asked, whoever goes torture him, you go, or I go, that's just courting death. Although I'm an immortal king, you should know that there are a lot of experts who have died at the hands of this kid, so he must have some way to kill those experts. So we must be careful. He already saw Qin Xiang as someone who could kill him, which was why he decided to first seal him for 10 years. Furthermore, he could not go to at least as long as he could not give Qin Xiang the opportunity to do so. In that case, if we just seal him like this, we won't be able to get back the resources used by the formation. The man asked again. Those who could question the Hall Master like this were no ordinary people. First, seal him for 10 years. If the great clan elder does not come to save him within these 10 years, that would mean that the great clan elder is not in the dragon subduing school. At that time, we would go to the Chun martial continent and capture his wife and recognized sister as a form of threat. The man smiled and said, as expected of the Hall Master. As expected, the older you are, the wiser you are. The Fire Divine Palace Lord sighed, regarding Qin Xiang, we can't not be cautious. The Emperor Dragon Guards that the Prince Imperial Dragon had brought along were instantly killed by the Great Elder. Then the Great Elder's strength should be above mine. If we were to fight, it would be difficult for me to deal with him. Qin Xiang, who was sealed within the villa, still didn't know the Fire Divine Palace Lord's plan right now. However, he did know that the Fire Divine Palace Lord was planning to attack the Chun martial continent 10 years later. Half of the power in his body had already been used up, but this formation was still unbreakable. No matter how powerful his attack was, it could not move it in the slightest. 10 years is enough time for you to raise your strength by quite a lot. Maybe you'll be able to get out when the time comes. Su Meiyao said, how could Qin Xiang not be anxious when such a thing had just happened when the demon charming association had just been lured out? If his heart wasn't that good, he might have already gone mad with anxiety by now, because he could see through the intentions of the old man who sealed him here. One was to see if the white tiger would appear, and if it didn't, the people from the Fire Divine Palace would go to the Chun martial continent to capture the person with the best relations. I+P to coerce him. Although he wasn't sure if this would happen, he was very worried. If the white tiger didn't come, and he continued to be sealed here, it was hard to say. Chun Xiang lied on the ground and took deep breaths. He hoped that Xue Xianxian and Lung Yulan would not come here. Otherwise it would be equivalent to walking into a trap. Fire Divine Palace, remember this, Father. After I leave, the first thing I'll do is shovel Fire Divine Palace out. Chun Xiang's anger soared to the skies as killing intent surged from his body. Chun Xiang was sealed here, and even spirit energy could not enter. So the people of Fire Divine Palace were not worried that Chun Xiang would raise his strength here. In order to ensure the stability of the array, they did not set up any surveillance array, and felt that it would be relatively easy to trap Chun Xiang for 10 years. Chun Xiang had stored a large amount of things that could help him increase his own strength, and in this aspect, those old fellows from the Fire Divine Palace who did not even consider anything to do with this item. This was also the only thing Chun Xiang could rely on to leave this place. Let's refine a Super Qi Shin Dan first. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang had also planned to do this. If he were a Super Qi Shin Dan, consuming a few pills in a row would allow his cultivation to increase a lot. In the end, he would still be able to break through a bottleneck with the help of a philosophic stone. In the later stages of the Nirvana realm, one could not rely on elixirs to break through. One still had to comprehend the martial way, or else it would not be possible to draw in Nirvana Doom. If you can attract Nirvana Doom, perhaps you can use Nirvana Doom to break this barrier. However, this barrier came from the Heaven Realm, and you are worried that the Nirvana Doom will form inside, so you can only rely on your own strength to break this seal. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang could only give it a try. There was no other way. The Qi Shin Dan was very easy to refine, so Chun Xiang had a large amount of Creation Divine liquid in his reserve. A Qi Shin Dan made from 5,000 sets of medicinal ingredients. The results should be pretty good, right? Chun Xiang planned to first use 1 month's time to condense a large number of Creation Divine liquid, then duplicate 5,000 sets of Qi Shin Dan's medicine, and finally use the 10,000 refinements technique to quickly refine the Qi Shin Dan. I can leave very soon. BASTARDS of the Fire Divine Palace. Just wait to be squeezed to death by me one by one. You actually schemed against me like this. Chun Xiang calmed his heart down, then slightly closed his eyes and began to circulate the Dragon Cohesion Kung Fu, condensing those mystical Creation Divine liquid. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiang was trapped for over a month. When he was at the auction house, many people were there, so it was difficult to hide the matter, and Fire Divine Palace did not plan to hide it from the beginning. Furthermore, he even spread the news of Chun Xiang being captured. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiang was trapped for over a month. When he was at the auction house, many people were there, so it was difficult to hide the matter, and Fire Divine Palace did not plan to hide it from the beginning. Furthermore, he even spread the news of Chun Xiang being captured. The reason why Chun Xiang was captured was because he was causing trouble at the Profound Being S.A. Association. However, Chun Xiang did not have any soldiers. This was all made up by the Fire Divine Palace. If Chun Xiang knew about this, he would be even angrier. Many of Chun Xiang's acquaintances knew that he had been captured, but most of them were very calm and did not plan to save him. This was because in a place where even Chun Xiang was trapped, they were also unable to rescue him. Even Chun Xiang had been trapped there, so if they were to go, they would definitely be caught. Although they were a little anxious in their hearts if they were to go, it might even cause trouble for Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang did not wish for others to come and save him. Of course, if it was the White Tiger, he would be very happy to see it. It's finally enough for 5,000 sets of Qi Shen Dan S. Chun Xiang had been busy for more than a month. If the Fire Divine Palace had this kind of crazy ability, he would definitely vomit blood, because this was simply too dangerous. Trapping Chun Xiang was equivalent to allowing him to cultivate and raise his strength in peace. Chun Xiang hated the feeling of being sealed up by someone, so in order to quickly leave this place, he would definitely increase his strength and allow himself to leave this Ned place as soon as possible. To prevent others from spying on him, Chun Xiang took out some materials from the ring and built a house in the hall. Then he set up a variety of formations in the house to prevent others from spying on his body. Dewan refining method could refine many batches of pills at the same time, especially those that Chen Xiang had mastered them extremely well. If others saw this, they would be in great danger, because the White Tiger had warned him not to reveal anything regarding the heavenly alchemy. The heavenly alchemy was something that was even scarier than the heaven-earth killing method, so he was extremely cautious in this regard. This place should be enough for 15 batches of ingredients. This was what Qin Xiang had planned to do when he wanted to refine 5,000 sets of Super Qi Xindan S. He would first use the Dewan refining method to burn the medicinal ingredients to a certain degree at the same time, and then transfer the mostly burnt medicine aura S and medicinal powders into the Yanlong furnace for fusion. In this way, he would be able to increase his speed. If it was in a place where the spiritual energy outside was dense, he could absorb a large amount of it into his body and release a very strong flame. It could instantly melt the Qi Xindan's medicine, because he could establish a connection with the Qi Xindan's medicine and incinerate it from the inside. Qun Xiang placed the Yanlong furnace in the middle, let out a low growl, and activated Dewan refining method, condensing 15 translucent pale golden pill furnaces and surrounding the Yanlong furnace in the middle. Fire Divine Palace, it would be best if you all don't trap me for 10 years. If you really do trap me for 10 years, it would be hard to say just how far my strength will reach. Qin Xiang thought. A Super Qi Xindan with 5,000 sets of medicinal ingredients was considerably strong, equivalent to a heaven-level pill. This was something that only Qin Xiang could refine with such a strong foundation. This was all to leave this place and punish Fire Divine Palace. The 15 batches of Qi Xindan began to refine. The flames within the pill furnace burned the medicinal ingredients, and the red light within flickered, illuminating the entire room. The strong light even emitted a slight warmth, causing one to feel extremely comfortable. Very quickly, the medicinal ingredients in the 15 pill furnaces had reached the stage where they could be refined. Qun Xiang immediately placed the refined medicine aura and medicinal powders inside, then started to refine another 15 batches. At the same time, he also had to control the fusion of the medicine aura and medicinal powders inside the Yanlong furnace. He would have to repeat this many times, and the more lasts, the more pressure he would feel, because at that time the Yanlong furnace would already have absorbed a large amount of medicinal ingredients. Senior's sister, brother, he's been captured by the Fire Divine Palace. I really want to save him. After Lun Yulan was caught, she shouted to Shui Xianxian every day. She knew that her strength was limited, and saving Qin Xiang was like a moth to a flame, but she was very anxious, so she could only do this to ease her emotions. Shui Xianxian was the same, but she was very clear on the reason behind Fire Divine Palace's actions. Fire Divine Palace did not kill Qin Xiang, but instead trapped him, and from this, it could be seen that they had other plans. She did not believe that Fire Divine Palace had the ability to trap Qin Xiang, but they could not kill Qin Xiang on the way. I think that the Fire Divine Palace will definitely trap him for a very long time. I want to see if there are any powerful people who can save him. Shui Xianxian's face sank. Maybe it's against Dragon Subduing City, or maybe it's against Chen Martial Continent, and those of us who are closest to him. Lan Yulan shouted angrily, "These be ASTARDS, they must come when the time comes. Let's see how this old lady will kill them." Shui Xianxian nodded his head. "So we don't need to trouble your brother, we only need to increase our strength, and don't let him get away with it. Your brother has too many good things on him, and furthermore he can endure the torture." Now that the Demon Charming Association has retreated, and with so many people watching us at the place where the Chan Martial Continent is, the only powerful dragon subduing school has been captured. In the following days, we should guard the Chen Martial Continent well and not let anyone else occupy it. Lan Yulan nodded her head heavily. She wanted someone to come to the Chan Martial Continent to cause trouble. When that happened, she would be able to use her skills to eliminate those ASTRDS. due to the fact that Chun Xiang was captured by the Fire Divine Palace. The various powerhouses of the Chun martial continent started to get nervous once again. Earlier, when the Demon Charming A Association had hidden himself to retreat, they were already prepared to go to war with him at any time. And now that Chun Xiang was captured, it meant that the Chun martial continent had lost the last of the powerful forces to protect them. Inside Dragon's subduing city, Li Baojun and the rest were also discussing. If there really is a day that we have to go to the Chun martial continent to assist them, many people would think that it would be easy to take down the Dragon subduing city without Chun Xiang here. Actually, they are wrong. The Dragon subduing city's powerful defense is not something they can imagine. Li Baojun said. Duan Sanchong nodded his head. We must prime more news about them during this period of time. And we must also use this time to increase our strength. Those fellows won't take any action in the near future. It might take a few years until they are sure that the great clan elder won't go save the leader. Then they will take action. Earlier, the outside world had heard that although the great clan elder of the Dragon Subduing School was incomparably powerful, his movements were secretive, and even Chun Xiang was unable to find him for a short period of time. If they did not save Chun Xiang for a long period of time, the great powers who coveted for the Chun martial continent would dare to take action. Send someone to the Devil Subduing College to notify him. The Prink. 1. P. Alder is on good terms with the leader, and he can look after him when the time comes. Li Baojun said. Then what about leader? I don't want to save him anymore. Lan Lan asked. If the great clan elder does not appear, then only he will be able to save himself. Regarding his ability, we do not need to doubt it. We just need to protect this place well. And at that time, we can just support the Chun martial continent. Su Yun said. Li Baojun said. Yan Yanran said. Then I will focus on spying on the Fire Divine Palace and create some rumors, letting those powers that want to curry favor with the Fire Divine Palace know about some of Fire Divine Palace's dirty secrets, and then discredit the Fire Divine Palace. Everyone divided their work. Although their strengths weren't very strong, their movements were extremely strong. With Duan Sanchong, the D of escape here, they had learned a lot of abilities to escape. Inside the White Tiger Profound Realm, the White Tiger had already found out about the news, and it was from the patriarch of the White Tiger fighting race, Baijan. Prophet, are we not going to save him? Baijan asked. Instead of saving him, it's a good thing. I believe his friends are aware of this. So I won't allow any too strong people to cause trouble in the Chun martial continent. This is new Imperial Heaven world. It's the heaven and earth of the new generation. The White Tiger said. Chun Xiang was sealed in a villa in the profound ice city and was currently focusing on refining pills. From the very beginning, he did not wish for anyone to save him, unless it was a white tiger or a strong one. Chun Xiang was sealed in a villa in the profound ice city and was currently focusing on refining pills. From the very beginning, he did not wish for anyone to save him, unless it was a white tiger or a strong one. When 5,000 sets of Qi Shin Dan's medicinal pellets were combined together, the quality could be imagined. If so many of them were condensed into a pellet, the quality would be extremely terrifying. The Qi Shin Dan in Chun Xiang's hand was very heavy. Even though it was only as big as a thumb, holding it in his hand was as heavy as holding a hammer of G.O.D. This pill took him 2 months to concoct. He looked at the pill in his hand that was emitting a strong green light. Thinking to swallow such a pill into his own stomach, he felt a little afraid that he would not be able to control the violent and surging medicine aura. At this stage, just relying on pills was not enough to break through. He still needed to comprehend it, otherwise he would not be able to refine and absorb the energy inside. Only when he comprehended the true meaning of martial Tao would he be able to quickly absorb the energy and use it to expand his own dantian, strengthening his own body. This was extremely important. If Chun Xiang did not have a philosophic stone, he would not have dared to eat this kind of Qi Shin Dan that contained a boundless energy. If he was unable to comprehend something, The inside of his body would be filled with a strong power that would not leak out, and that would only cause him to be injured and go berserk. Comprehension referred to guiding one's strength to develop the hidden strength within one's body, while strengthening the body and the soul. As for how the process was, everyone was different, so at this point in time, one could only rely on themselves. Some people could suddenly understand how to use their own strength to strengthen themselves, but at this time they lacked the resources to cultivate. Some people had their own resources, but it was difficult for them to comprehend them, so they became stagnant and finally died of old age. After eating that super qi shindan, Qin Xiang circulated his divine arts and quickly refined it, refining it into innate qi and ji, deep power. Then it condensed into a heaven pellet in his dantian. Not long after, Qin Xiang's forehead started to perspire, with a serious expression on his face. It was obvious that he had encountered difficulties in his cultivation. Although the divine power could crazily rush into the divine sense, it was unable to open up the divine sense, nor could it strengthen the divine soul. The innate qi could also enter the dantian smoothly, but it could not enter the 5 beast statuettes and could not nurture the heavenly pellets. Obviously, he had encountered bottlenecks that would often occur after he reached the nirvana stage. He tried using the method he had previously used to cultivate and poured all of the vigorous energy into his dantian and divine sense. However, these energies were clearly outside his control, and after entering the dantian and divine sense, he was not allowed to freely command them. Qin Xiang anxiously took out the philosophic stone and used his mind consciousness to enter the philosophic stone. Suddenly, many mysterious spirit grains appeared in his mind, making him feel as if he had fallen into a sea made of spirit grain. Unknowingly, he realized that the spirit grain inside the philosophic stone seemed to have intelligence and had slowly turned into a person. If one looked carefully, the human figures formed by the countless spirit grain looked like the innumerable meridians in the human body. What's going on? Qin Xiang only felt the spirit grain figure floating towards him, and in the blink of an eye it pounced on him. The power in his divine sense, and dantian that seemed to have been cut off, surged out like a flood that had broken through the dam. Qin Xiang had entered into a very wonderful state, and he couldn't tell what it was like either. He only felt that the 5 beast statue in his dantian were all filled with dense energy, and the divine sense he was also expanding bit by bit under the impact of the divine power. He knew that the philosophic stone could help him relax a little, but he never thought that it would actually help him get through this crisis so quickly. No wonder the philosophic stone were so precious. Previously, he had only been able to refine those profound being by using them. This philosophic stone is really something. Qin Xiang sighed in admiration in his heart, then concentrated on cultivating. As long as one could condense a core embryo within each beast statue, the nirvana doom would arrive. However, Qin Xiang was not sure if his nirvana doom could penetrate such a powerful barrier. If not, then he would not be able to S through nirvana doom. After 3 months, he finally finished digesting the entire super qi shindan, but the 7th heaven pills embryo was extremely dim. A single qi shindan like that can only have this kind of effect. Although Qin Xiang was already prepared in his heart, he didn't expect that the qi shindan that he had created in 3 months would have so little effect. The next 3 tribulations of the nirvana doom are the hardest and the hardest to break through. You should be satisfied with how you were able to achieve such a result in a short half a year. Su Meiyao said, so you're saying that I haven't made much progress in 10 years. Qin Xiang felt that he had to speed up his concocting process. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave even 10 years later. That may not be so. If you are able to break through the 7 nirvana tribulations, you might have a great chance. Bai Yu said those who pass through the 7th tribulation, after going through the baptism of the 7 nirvana tribulations, will normally possess a body with strength called devastating golden body, which is based on the strength of your original body. Even if my physical body is powerful, I might not be able to escape this place. Furthermore, I am sealed here. It is hard to say whether or not I will be able to escape the nirvana tribulation." Qin Xiang sighed. Long Shui yawned and said, "Little scoundrel, don't think that you're the only one who's trapped here. This Dragon Emperor isn't good. So if your physical body is strong enough, then my power can completely fuse with yours. I don't want to strike you down. Honestly speaking, even though you are a genius, you are still a human after all. No matter how fast your cultivation is, you can't be faster than me. TSK, you can't even catch up to me when you flatter me." Qin Xiang had not considered Long Shui's power before, and he had indeed admitted that Long Shui was much stronger than him. He had borrowed Long Shui's power many times in the past, so he had a deep understanding of this. "Regardless of whether or not I can get out, the most important thing for me right now is to constantly strengthen myself." Qin Xiang clenched his fist and said, "Of course. I feel that your Dewan refining method can be increased to 30, 40, or even 50 batches per batch. This will save you a lot of time." Su Meiyao said, "Refining such a big pill required time. Even though Qin Xiang's refining skills were superb, he would first need a large number of ingredients, and then a large number of creation divine liquid would be required to duplicate a large number of ingredients. During the process of refining, he would need to smelt them one by one, and then fuse them all together. Otherwise, with his previous speed, he would need more than 3 months to successfully refine one pellet, and the effect would not be very good. Hence, he planned to refine 10,000 sets of Super Qi Shindan S, and the effect would be much greater, as the energy contained in 10,000 sets of herbs would be condensed together. One could imagine how high the quality would be. Qin Xiang could use it multiple times to multiple one task, and as he was condensing Creation Divine, Liquid S, at the same time as comprehending the Heaven-Earth killing method. He had only touched on a little of these killing techniques, so he was not too familiar with them. However, they gave him a very strong power, so as long as he had time, he would definitely try to comprehend the 3 Heaven-Earth killing method S that he had obtained. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, 3 years had already passed, and the room that Qin Xiang built here had grown a lot. In order to be able to contain more pill furnaces, he could now control 80 pill furnaces. Qin Xiang had already eaten a few supreme Qi Shindan with the grade of 10,000 medicinal ingredients, but he was still a ways away from breaking through. However, what made him happy was that in the past 3 years he had been using philosophic stone nonstop, and this not only allowed him to cultivate, it also allowed him to comprehend some methods of using the spatial laws. In terms of spatial laws, there were probably not many people that had this kind of power, thus no one could guide Qin Xiang. He could only rely on himself to comprehend, otherwise he would only waste this kind of divine object. Qin Xiang had been trapped for almost 4 years, yet no one came to save him. This was completely out of Fire Divine Palace's expectations. Qin Xiang had been trapped for almost 4 years, yet no one came to save him. This was completely out of Fire Divine Palace's expectations. This was also where the Fire Divine Palace miscalculated, because they did not understand Qin Xiang. As long as one had an extremely good relations, H.I. plus P with Qin Xiang, they knew that if Qin Xiang was unable to escape, they would only drag Qin Xiang down even more and become hostages if they went to rescue him. Furthermore, he said that Qin Xiang was sealed inside and could not absorb any spirit energy. As long as it took a long time, the resources carried with it would all be used up, and Qin Xiang's strength would be depleted to the point that he would have to publicly punish Qin Xiang. Of course, these words were said to scare those who had an extremely good relations. H.I. plus P with Qin Xiang, just so that these people could come and save Qin Xiang. But what Fire Divine Palace did not know was that Qin Xiang's friends all knew very well that this big spender pills could not die from exhaustion. Qin Xiang had been sealed by the Fire Divine Palace for almost 4 years, and that mysterious and powerful great clan elder had not appeared to save Qinxiang yet. Therefore, at this moment, many powers believed that Qinxiang would probably be sealed for a long period of time. The Qin martial continent was no longer a continent now because all the seas had disappeared. But this was how everyone in the new imperial heaven world called the land. Furthermore, this piece of land was also seen as the future divine land of Ditian, and there were rumors saying that there was a high possibility that a second dragon vein would be born in the Qin martial continent in the future. Qinxiang knew that the Qin martial continent was not a simple place since long ago. Otherwise, these 4 symbols, divine weapons, would not have appeared in such a place. What was even more mysterious was that the mortal world where he was born and had suddenly disappeared, and had not appeared even now. At first, Huang Jintian, Su Meiyao, and Bai Yu had all told him that they would return to that place. They clearly knew why the mortal world had disappeared, but they had never told him about it. Some people were preparing to attack Qin martial continent, and the news quickly spread. Some people intentionally leaked the news to see how strong the Qin martial continent was. As for when the attack would be, there was no precise time. As long as it was not an abnormal immortal realm ranker like the immortal monarch, the pressure would not be too great on Qin martial continent. But the Qin martial continent had never had this kind of mentality. They imagined the intruder to be a very powerful person, and even planned out a few countermeasures. The leaders of the Qin martial continent did not need help from outsiders. Their originally powerful allies, Dragon Subduing School and Demon Charming Ace Association, had declined rapidly due to the accident with their leader. He could not imagine that outside the villa that the profound Bing S had gathered 4 years ago, there was an old man looking at the huge building inside that had sealed Qinxiang. This old man wore a conical hat and simple clothes. His eyes were listless and listless. He looked extremely tired, as if he had been toiling for years. The situation isn't too bad. At least the old man inside the Fire Divine Palace still doesn't dare to make a move. Could it be that he is also afraid of Qinxiang, this brat's ASA? Signation? The old man thought to himself as he shook his head and smiled. Suddenly, the old man's brows furrowed. He suddenly gathered a strong burst of spirit force and shot it towards the huge building that sealed Qinxiang. Qinxiang, how are you inside? Qinxiang was in the middle of refining pills when he suddenly heard this weak voice. You are. Qinxiang was startled and almost shouted out, Elder Duan, it's great that you're still alive. Qinxiang said excitedly. The person he was talking to was precisely the Duan Chong who fell into the chaotic SPAC when he was teleported from the Heaven Thunder Purgatory. He was the patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Sanchang's grandfather, and was also an extraordinary person. It was only after Duan Chong used his very strong divine sense that he could barely talk to Qinxiang. You're so energetic, you should be living a happy life inside. It's not bad. Old man Duan, try your best to help me tell my friends. Don't ever come to save me, and secretly tell them that the Fire Divine Palace will make their move 10 years from now. They want to rule over the entire Ditian at that time. Duan Chong's head hurt. He anxiously retracted his consciousness because he had been attacked by the array formation. Furthermore, the voice that came from Qinxiang was very weak, but he could hear it clearly. To be able to find the way back from the chaotic SPC, Duan Chong's strength must have increased, but with his current strength he was unable to save Qinxiang, so he could only give up and head to Dragon Subduing City. Elder Duan is still alive. Qinxiang was very happy, back then in the Heaven Thunder Purgatory. Duan Chong had helped him very much, but the reason he was able to obtain the D-Slane method was also because of Duan Chong. He believed that Duan Chong would definitely be able to go to the Dragon Subduing School. At that time, with such a strong expert there, he would definitely be able to be at ease. Duan Chong might even be able to call over the entire Duan clan. Although the Duan clan was limited in number, but if they were to actually play, many ancient powers would fear them. The Duan clan was one of the few forces that had followed the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, and surviving until now was not easy either. There's still 6 more years. Hurry up and cultivate. Although the Qi Shindan is not bad, I feel that even if you refine 20,000 sets of Super Qi Shindan, you still won't be able to break through at that time. Su Meiyao said softly, "Little scoundrel, you should know that your elder sister Menger has been trapped in this stage for a very long time." Chun Xiang nodded. He could already feel how difficult it was to step into the 7 nirvana tribulations, and he felt that his nirvana doom would become even more terrifying when the time came. "Sister Meiyao, what should I do now?" Chun Xiang was at his wit's end. Although he had many high-leveled medicine ingredients, such as the holy-level dragon medicine, they were all medicine that he could not handle and would torment him to death if he ate them. As for the heaven-level medicine, he would also need to refine them into a pill in order to release its effects. Although the effects were there, they were not obvious. Right now, it was not possible for him to learn how to refine heaven-level pills unless he could master the multiple foreseeing alchemy well. Even if he did learn how to refine them, it would take a long time, so it was not suitable for his current environment. Su Meiyao thought for a moment, then said, "Profound Bing, don't you have a lot of them? Last time, you only used a little of their powder to refine them and almost destroyed a city, and those Profound Bing were all of poor quality. You now have so many high-quality Profound Bing. If you can successfully extract that miraculous power from them, then it might be even more effective than those Super Qi Shindan." It wasn't that Chun Xiang hadn't thought of it before, but he was worried that he would waste too much time on it. "Little scoundrel, don't you still have 2 treasure chests? You should start researching those Profound Bing, not only to raise your cultivation through them. You should also replenish the energy in the Ice Dragon sword sheath and let you open those 2 treasure chests. Maybe there are things inside that treasure chests that can help you escape." Su Meiyao knew what Chun Xiang was worried about because he was extremely tight on time and could not let it go to waste. If the 2 methods I mentioned before do not work, then there is only one way, and that is for you to fuse with all of the Chaos Fire token. I believe that at that time, you will not only possess the power to summon the 9 Heaven Devil Palace, but also increase your own strength. The Chaos Fire token was Chun Xiang's private box, and was also the only way Chun Xiang planned to use this to kill the Immortal King after going out. Therefore, he had never thought of fusing all of them together here, and it was very risky. Chun Xiang thought for a while, then said, "No, there is a way out, but it might not work. I need a way that I have a lot of confidence that I can make it through." "You have no other choice. You should understand that if you want to break through within 6 years and successfully cross the 7 nirvana tribulations, this is a better solution." Su Meiyao said. At that time, Su Meiyao could also clearly feel it, so she was very confident in being able to sense it. However, the premise was that Chun Xiang could still perfectly control the broken Profound Bing and help Chun Xiang in breaking through the bottleneck. Chun Xiang possessed a large number of high-quality Profound Bing. If he could refine a majority of them successfully, he would be able to unleash a very strong power. Chun Xiang possessed a large number of high-quality Profound Bing. If he could refine a majority of them successfully, he would be able to unleash a very strong power. Previously, when he went through the Philosophic Stone, he could feel that the Profound Bing contained extremely strong destructive power. If he could refine a large number of Profound Bing into a pill and use it to attack, the destructive power would probably be able to make him leave this place. However, he was still inside. When the time came, he would have nowhere to hide from the explosive force, so this method would not work. He could only extract the purest power from the Profound Bing-S and refine them into edible pellets to increase his strength. Those people won't monitor you every day. They are very confident in the seal, so you don't need to worry about them spying on you. Long Shui said she was also monitoring the place closely. If there were any other undulations, she could immediately feel them. If anyone else wanted to inspect the situation inside, they would have to send their consciousness inside. At that time, they would have to make the seal become weaker. And if they did that, they would be worried that Chun Xiang would use this chance to escape, so they had never monitored Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang took out the gold dragon ice's ice crystal powder. That gold dragon ice was not small and had turned into a lot of powder. Moreover, the quality was very high. If it was refined into a pellet, it would be many times stronger than the one he refined in Heaven Thunder City last time. Right now, Chen Xiang did not dare to crazily refine too many profound Bing. If he could not control himself, he might fall into it. Don't move the gold dragon ice first. Put it aside for later. Chen Xiang did not use high-quality profound Bing powder to refine pills from the beginning, but instead used normal profound Bing first. He got some from the Sky Demon Pavilion, and now he put the profound Bing powder inside the Yanlong furnace, and then took out the philosophic stone powder. This way, he could use his own flames to burn the profound Bing powder, turning the powder into mist, and then merge it together. It was all because of the resonance between the profound Bing and itself. As for why, Chen Xiang could not explain it. In short, the philosophic stone was extremely magical, and previously it was also because of this philosophic stone that he was able to cultivate smoothly. When he injected the heaven fire, it was very easy to incinerate the profound Bing powder into a cloud of mist that emitted a strong light. However, the mist was very berserk inside the Yanlong furnace. It was like a demon in purgatory struggling, wanting to escape at any time. A faint golden light shot out from between Chen Xiang's eyebrows. A large amount of D power poured into the Yanlong furnace, forming two golden palms. In the blazing pill furnace, they started to rub the berserk, profound Bing Qi, not letting it scatter around inside the furnace. At this time, the flames inside the Yanlong furnace were extremely strong. It was about the strongest flame that Chen Xiang could release. But after the profound Bing turned into mist, the temperature of the flames became very low. If Chen Xiang suddenly retracted the flames, the entire Yanlong furnace might even be frozen. As long as a large chunk of profound Bing was stimulated, it would turn into ice crystals that resembled grains of sand. However, after these ice crystals were stimulated by a large amount of strength, they were able to emit the special icy, cold power inside them. There should be two types of power within the profound Bing. If I'm not wrong, one of them should be the grain force, and the other should be the powerful and pure energy. At this time, Long Shui was also using her consciousness to observe the situation inside the Yanlong furnace. Even though it was filled with ice-cold energy, she did not discover too much of it. What, there's grain force inside? Chen Xiang asked in surprise. The grain force was also known as the power of nature. According to what Long Shui had said, the grain force inside should be a type of spirit grain that was innately born with the ability to change the nature of energy. That's why this power is a little strange. It's not a natural power, but a pure power, but it's more powerful. Long Shui said, back then, when he was crossing that powerful nirvana doom in the Heaven Thunder Purgatory, a grain force had appeared. But Chen Xiang had devoured many of them and compressed them into his dantian. He had never had the chance to use them, and those grain force were also extremely precious, so he could not use them carelessly. If these profound Bing really did have grain force S, then they could extract them and obtain a lot of grain force S. These grain force S were priceless treasures, and even if placed in the heaven realm, they would be extremely expensive. You must use your strongest divine power to look inside those profound Bing granules. I think that the reason why they become granules when they shatter is very likely because every single granule has a natural, icy, spirit, grain formed from grain force. It's only very small, and it's only in a small pellet of profound Bing. Although Long Shui was lazy to eat, she inherited the white dragon's memories. The large amount of memories she inherited came from her white dragon ancestors, so even without learning, she could still learn a lot of things. This was also the reason why a dragon with a memory inheritance was so powerful. Chen Xiang did as Long Shui said, carefully observing those very, very small, profound Bing granules. He did this kind of thing quite often, but with his current abilities, there shouldn't be any difficulty in doing it. Previously, he had used this method to see the inner world of the Qi Shin Danis medicine, and even established a connection with the spirit inside, allowing him to feel at ease while refining the Qi Shin Dan. These spirit grain were all trembling, and would release a certain amount of cold energy every time they trembled. On top of these spirit grain, Qin Xiang could also see a light purple gas mist curling around them. This purple gas mist was none other than the grain force. At this time, Qin Xiang was secretly impressed with Long Shui. He actually got hit with her words. If not for Long Shui, he might not have understood why these profound beings were like this. In fact, Long Shui also only came to this conclusion after he had thoroughly investigated her. Not only can these spirit grain release the power of frost, they can also simulate anything that doesn't have frost power in their surroundings, as long as it takes time to do so. Long Shui said, "Try and see if you can separate those grain forces. With so many profound being powder, if he had to do all of them, it would be very taxing on his brain." Fortunately, Qin Xiang's spirit cultivating had a strong divine soul and profound strength, which might be difficult for others to accomplish. But in Qin Xiang's eyes, it was not too difficult. It was just that it required a lot of time. Philosophic Stone comprehended the power of nature and comprehended 3,000 great Daos. Grain force was also a natural power, so when he used Philosophic Stone, he could resonate with the profound being powder. When the profound being's powder was being burned by the flames, the grain force released the most intense vibrations, and the cold qi was being released by the spirit grain. So the current icy cold power was extremely strong, but it was also beneficial for Qin Xiang to separate the grain force. The grain force was the source of the spirit grain that supported it to convert pure energy into ice energy. As long as the grain force was extracted, Qin Xiang would be able to obtain a large amount of pure energy. If the grain force was not separated and fused together, it would be a terrifying, destructive ice seal Dan that could be used to attack. It was much easier to figure out what was going to happen next. These profound being contained a lot of pure energy. If he could extract and refine them into profound being pellets, it would be much more efficient than refining super Qi Shindan. To refine a Qi Shindan, it would also require a large amount of medicinal ingredients. It was a very time-consuming process. At this time, Qin Xiang added some high-quality profound being powder on top of the Yanlong furnace. He realized that amongst these high-quality profound being powder, the grain force was a little more, and the spirit grain was also a little longer. The contained pure energy was many times more than normal profound being, which made Qin Xiang very happy. Since it was only extracting high-quality and low-quality profound being as had the same workload. So he stopped refining those low-quality profound being powders and changed them all to refining high-quality ones. As for low-quality profound being powder, it was used to refine destructive ice seal Dan with strong attacks in the future. A few years ago, the divine weapon's heavenly country was once Hara, as it said by the devil race. And at that time, it was the two from the devil race that brought the members of the gold armored sword sect and the ghost killing school over. But they were all killed, and now that Qin Xiang had been sealed, the demon charming A association retreated, and the divine weapon's heavenly country did not have any protection, but had many minds which caused the divine weapon's heavenly country to be targeted. Once again, a few years ago, the divine weapon's heavenly country was once Hara, said by the devil race, and at that time it was the two from the devil race that brought the members of the gold armored sword sect and the ghost killing school over. But they were all killed, and now that Qin Xiang had been sealed, the demon charming A association retreated, and the divine weapon's heavenly country did not have any protection, but had many minds, which caused the divine weapon's heavenly country to be targeted once again. The divine weapon's heavenly country and the icy wind valley were together, and the person in charge was two women. One was Qin Xiang's wife, and the other was Qin Xiang. In the eyes of some people, no matter how strong or how talented these two women were, they were still women, and they were all very weak and would not be that strong. It was precisely because someone thought so that they would risk their lives to seize all the mines in Divine Weapon's heavenly country. As a result, the people who came to occupy the mines all thought that the other party had been scared off, and then called over a lot of elites to guard, and even mined a lot of resources. But just as they were feeling extremely proud, the Divine Weapon's heavenly country's people arrived, and the people who came were all powerful experts, and one of them was the legendary white-haired beauty. Lang Yulan was truly beautiful, able to topple cities and overthrow nations. However, when he killed people, he was like someone from Hell, incomparably savage. That kind of berserk attack caused people's hair to stand on end. As long as it was a power that had seized any minds in the Divine Weapon's heavenly country before, they would be settled eventually. Most of their sects would be exterminated, and the gold-armored sword sect was one of them. Not only that, the Super Martial School experienced this kind of thing too, and after that, the Super Martial School also used the same method of action as the Divine Weapon's heavenly country, which was to completely eliminate all of those powers. It was only then that many outside powers realized that the big sects above Chun Martial Continent had joined forces. As long as one side was bullied, they would not fight when they could not win, and would immediately run away, requesting for reinforcements from the other big sections. After quietly gathering all the strong warriors, they would go back and kill everyone. This way, many great powers were exterminated by the great powers of the Chun Martial Continent on fair and square grounds, and they were even robbed clean. Their movements were all very secretive, and no one would be able to see through them. As a result, those powers that attacked Chun Martial Continent, it was equivalent to facing off against multiple powerful forces and not getting wiped out. With these previous examples, all the powers that wanted to attack Chun Martial Continent knew that if they wanted to take down Chun Martial Continent, they couldn't do so by themselves, because that would be like facing a huge monster, unless they joined hands. However, there were people secretly scheming, causing some of the powers to be at odds with each other, unable to join hands. There were even many forces that had started fighting, and this kind of good thing was obviously done by the Duan clan. Ever since Chun Xiang was sealed, the new imperial heaven world became extremely restless. Originally, the demons had been attacking the human realm, but many powers in the human realm were staring at the Chun Martial Continent, thus allowing the demons to take advantage of the opportunity and gradually expand the territory of the demon realm and the demon realm. Chun Xiang also guessed that it would be very chaotic outside, so he wanted to leave even more. He had already planned to stabilize his foundation with Di Tian in order to be able to safely ascend to Heaven Realm. If he wanted to make this place stable, he would have to first increase the strength of his dragon subduing school and the Chun Martial Continent. Then he would have to kill off the demons inside the demon and devil realms. In 10 days, Chun Xiang would separate the grain force from the gold dragon ice's powder, and the separated grain force would enter his Dantian. There was originally a grain force orb in his Dantian, although he did not need it now. When he wants to set up a powerful array in the future, these grain force would HI plus NE brilliantly. Gold dragon ice were top grade, profound Bing. After the pure energy within was separated out, it was actually equivalent to a Qi Shindan refined from 5,000 sets of medicinal herbs. To have such an effect made Chun Xiang very satisfied, because he had quite a few of these profound Bing. He had not used a single one of the profound Bing he got from the Fire Divine Palace's warehouse. Fire Divine Palace, since you have already taken action against me, and even want to use my closest kin to threaten me, don't blame me. Chun Xiang was furious at the thought of this. He hated it when people threatened him the most, especially when people threatened his woman. The Fire Divine Palace had yet to do so, but he had already made this decision. It was just that the time was not here yet. An immortal king in charge of the Fire Divine Palace was extremely patient. He had to wait 10 years before he could confirm that no one really came to save Chun Xiang. If no one came to his rescue during these past 10 years, and the seal did not have any movement, then it was time for him to make his move. Chun Xiang knew that the most important thing the Fire Divine Palace was doing was reviving that Ice Emperor, and Chun Xiang found out from LV Qinlian that the Ice Emperor was not a good person. So he decided that if there were no other urgent matters, he would immediately head to the profound, cold, ancient realm to destroy that Ice Emperor, or else he would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. The profound Bing pellet was pure white, and although the name Qin Xiang's qi was profound Bing pellet, it did not contain a very strong freezing energy, only a weak, cold qi. The profound Bing core in Qin Xiang's palm was refined from that large piece of gold dragon ice powder, and this was equivalent to the sum of the 5,000 sets of qi, shin, dan medicinal ingredients used to refine it. After eating the profound Bing pills here, Qin Xiang began to refine them. What made him happy was that, for some reason, the profound Bing pills were refined very easily and entered his dantian very naturally, entering the 5 beast statue S to condense the core embryos. Oh, right, this pure energy has been influenced by the grain force, and the grain force is also known as the power of nature. Over time, the energy in the profound Bing also became like this, possessing the spirituality of nature. Thus I am able to cultivate so easily. Chun Xiang was very excited. He never thought that refining profound Bing would produce such a great harvest. At the moment, he was full of confidence. If nothing unexpected happened, and he successfully said through the heavenly tribulation, he felt that he could definitely get rid of this seal within 10 years. Year after year, Qin Xiang had been sealed for 8 years. In his eyes, he only felt that it was like he had stayed here for a few months, and that it had been 8 years without him realizing it. Furthermore, when he was refining pills, he would always fall into a crazy state and wouldn't feel bored, and would always be in high spirits. In this period of time, he had already refined more than 800 profound Bing. One must know that many of these profound Bing were giant, high-quality profound Bing-s, and even though they all looked like exquisite ice sculptures, he did not pity them at all. At this time, he had already gathered a few more grain forces. Over the past few years, he had gathered enough grain forces to set up a huge defensive formation. There are still 2 years left. It would be best for you to leave earlier. Otherwise, when the time comes, something unexpected might happen. Long Shui warned. Although Duan Chong had returned, his strength was limited and his Chun martial continent was not small. If he was attacked by a few other strong forces that were similar to his own, then his Chun martial continent would definitely fall. If Chun Xiang left, as long as there was someone who could force the Fire Divine Palace's immortal king to leave, he would have a way to weaken the Fire Divine Palace's power and even eliminate him. This was because the Fire Divine Palace was already angry at him, and he wished that he could let out all of the magical corruption gas and drunk depowder at once. Of course, that was only a thought that came out of his anger, and that was undesirable. If it was discovered, his good days would come to an end, and he might even implicate many people. The core embryo of the heaven pill is almost complete. Eating these 10 high-quality, profound Bing pills should be able to help me form the 7th core embryo in one go. All these years, it was only because the philosophic stone gave him guidance at the most critical time, allowing him to break through bottlenecks time and time again. What he was most worried about was whether the nirvana tribulation would arrive. If it did, what would happen? That was because he was currently in a very strong seal. In these few years, the Chun martial continent had been attacked a lot of times. Some were from the demon side, some were from the human realm, and some are allied together. But at most, they could only temporarily occupy a few minds and could not completely control them. In these 2 years in the new Imperial Heaven world, there were not many forces that could swallow the entire Chun martial continent in one go, and the Fire Divine Palace was one of them. In these few years, the Chun martial continent had been attacked a lot of times. Some were from the demon side, some were from the human realm, and some are allied together. But at most, they could only temporarily occupy a few minds and could not completely control them. In these 2 years in the new Imperial Heaven world, there were not many forces that could swallow the entire Chun martial continent in one go, and the Fire Divine Palace was one of them. They were worried that the mysterious great clan elder of the dragon's subduing school, whose lifespan was 10 years, would appear. They believed that as long as the great clan elder of the dragon's subduing school did not appear after sealing Qinxiang for 10 years, they would be able to attack the Chun martial continent at ease. Before, Duan Chong had contacted him, and at that time, Chun Xiang would have him inform the Chun martial continent to prepare 10 years later. At that time, the Fire Divine Palace would attack. If everything goes well, I should be able to leave a year or half a year earlier. I hope everything goes well. Chun Xiang ate the profound Bing pellet in his hand. This was his last crazy attempt, and he had to condense the core of the seventh heaven pellet right this time. The energy that was as vast as the ocean surged inside his body, washed his tibia flesh, and was refined by him into an innate qi, which then flowed into his dantian, charging towards the pill embryo of the seventh heaven pellet inside the beast statue. Under the guidance of the philosophic stone, the innate qi would become extremely intelligent. Following the natural Tao technique, it would continuously tap into Chun Xiang's potential, strengthening Chun Xiang's body and developing the heaven pellet for him. Under normal circumstances, one would only be able to condense heaven pellets after surviving 9 nirvana tribulations. But Qin Xiang already had one long time ago, and it wasn't just one pellet, but every beast statue had many. For example, right now he was condensing the 7th heaven pellet from every beast statue. Using this method, high-quality energy could be used to condense a divine pellet that could hold a large amount of the innate qi. If not for the help of the philosophic stone, Chen Xiang was still trying to comprehend how to guide the enormous innate qi to merge into the natural great way, to strengthen his own dantian. The 10 gigantic profound Bing S had refined an extremely high-quality profound Bing pellet. Chen Xiang, on the other hand, was only at the edge of breaking through. This made him a little excited, but at the moment he only needed to wait for the arrival of Nirvana Tribulation 7. After going through the 7th tribulation, he would then obtain the mysterious and powerful power of giving, which could then be considered a true transformation. At the same time, it would also mean that he had stepped into the later stages of the Nirvana stage, which was also the most difficult stage. Boom! 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 He took out the hammer of G, O, D, and crazily struck the invisible seal class. H, I, plussing with the strong seal power. At this time, his power was much stronger than before. He wanted to try and shake the seal power, but it was useless as usual. What Chen Xiang did not know was that when the Fire Divine Palace sealed him, he summed that he was an immortal king and used the powerful array disc that the Fire Divine Palace brought down from the heaven realm, as well as a large amount of resources. If Fire Divine Palace was unable to find a suitable amount of energy within a short period of time to use as resources for the sealing array, Fire Divine Palace would not be able to waste any more, because such a powerful seal would consume an astronomical amount of energy every hour. If the Fire Divine Palace had not thought that sealing Qin Xiang was worth it, they would not have done this, because it was equivalent to burning spar. In order to maintain this powerful seal, they had buried countless spar here. How come you're not here yet? I have a feeling that Nirvana Doom is coming. What will happen exactly? It had already been a few days since Chen Xiang refined the core embryo of the 7th heaven pellet, and he had a feeling that Nirvana Doom was about to arrive. However, he was currently sealed within this seal, which was cut off from the world. He was worried that the Nirvana Doom would be affected because of this, and if he did not descend, he would not be able to break through. Unless you hide in the profound realm, it will be hard to escape. Especially to you as an alchemist, the robbery power that appears will be very powerful. And if you can sense what you have, the robbery power will continue to increase, which requires a certain amount of time. Long Xue said. Chen Xiang sat there obediently as he waited. He really hoped that his 7th tribulation would be very strong, and it would be best if he could break this seal. Head, it's bad. A middle-aged man suddenly rushed into a luxurious study, shouting loudly with a panicked expression. What is it? Tell me. Hall Master hastily asked, because this middle-aged man who suddenly rushed in was in charge of guarding that seal. There seems to be a problem with the array disk, as it is frantically absorbing energy. The spar that we just transported over this morning was almost completely sucked dry in just an hour. Could it be that Chun Xiang had done something inside that it has never happened before? Hall Master is an immortal king. He is extremely familiar with the array discs. He shook his head. It shouldn't have been Chun Xiang's fault. If he had that kind of ability, he would have done it already. He definitely wouldn't have waited this long. I'll go take a look first. Fire Divine Palace's palace mistress came to the outside of the seal. At this time, many people were busy placing many spars south into the designated place to replenish the energy of the formation plate and maintain a few powerful formations. This would allow the seal to become unbreakable. Outside the auction house that Chun Xiang was in, 2 stacked formation plates were spinning frantically in the air, absorbing many spar S that could sustain the seals. Those spar S were basically just put in, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared, turning into transparent mist and entering into the 2 formation plates. Not only were these 2 array discs absorbing energy, they were also frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual energy, causing a huge energy whirlpool to appear in the sky above the profound ice city. It was slowly rotating, and a large amount of spiritual energy turned into a pillar of light that fell from the sky, entering the 2 array discs. Hall Master, if this continues, a lot of spar will be consumed. The 2 Ma-S Civ formation discs were absorbing energy at an increasing rate, as if they were monsters that could swallow the sea. No matter how many spar S we lose, we have to continue filling them in. If Chun Xiang takes this opportunity to escape now, all our 8 years of losses will be for nothing. Our plans to attack the Chun Martial continent will also end here. The palace master did not understand why it was like this, but he had no other choice. He could only continue to smash the spar, or else all his efforts would have been for naught. The news quickly spread, causing many people to think that Chun Xiang was coming out. Many of the powers who planned to join forces to attack Chun Martial continent had stopped their plans. If Chun Xiang the D of Slaughter came out, then they would be sending themselves to their deaths. Although the Dragon Subduing School had just been established, outsiders never knew the extent of the Dragon Subduing School's strength. The Dragon Subduing School didn't have a leader right now, so he had never made any other moves. But if Chun Xiang came out and led the mysterious and powerful Dragon Subduing School to sweep through Tian, no one would be afraid, especially the demons. Many people thought that Chun Xiang was about to come out, and they all had mixed feelings, especially those big shots of the powers. But Chun Xiang was currently lying inside the seal. It was extremely quiet inside, without even the slightest movement, which made his heart burn with anxiety. If Nirvana Doom did not come, then he would have finished his plan. Is it Nirvana Doom? I really want to go through Nirvana Doom in this situation. The middle-aged man asked. It's not Nirvana Doom because there is no robbery power. If it was, it would not absorb our spar, and it is possible that Chun Xiang used some methods inside to weaken our seal. According to this method, he would not last long. We must not open the seal, and that brat is extremely cunning. We cannot open it at all, or else he would have escaped. The Hall Master had thought it through thoroughly. This was indeed caused by Nirvana Doom, but this kind of Nirvana Doom was different from normal Nirvana Doom. It was extremely rare. Even the Hall Master of the Fire Divine Palace had never heard of this kind of Nirvana Doom, which was why he denied it. Lying on the ground, Chun Xiang suddenly felt something that appeared here. He suddenly sat up, only to see a semi-transparent person appearing, and his body was slowly becoming more obvious. C1175. C1175. After Chun Xiang saw this person, he immediately took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. It was because he felt that this person had a very strong killing intent towards him, as if this person was born to kill him. This was an extremely ordinary-looking man. He was dressed in black, with lifeless eyes, as though he was someone who had received a severe head injury, and his expression looked foolish, although it was so. But this person's body was releasing a powerful force, and the killing intent was extremely dense, causing Chen Xiang to be on guard. "Who are you?" Chen Xiang shouted as he looked at his opponent. "I am the law enforcement heaven spirit, the person who has come to kill you." This person's voice did not contain the slightest bit of emotion as he lightly glanced at Chen Xiang with his empty eyes. "A person like you must not be allowed to live. You must be eliminated. Get rid of your sister." Since the other party had already said so, Chen Xiang was not courteous at all. Raising his blade, he flashed over, aimed the man's neck, and slashed out a slash at lightning speed, SLAs. H.I. plussing out a dragon power that shook the air with a rumbling sound. In an instant, the divine blade in Chen Xiang's hand sliced past the neck of the law enforcement heaven spirit. But what was truly frightening was that Chen Xiang's powerful slash just now was like a chop in the air. It did not harm a single hair on that person's body. And although that person's body was translucent, he could still speak, so that person should be a living person without a mistake. Even if it was a soul type, that slash just now would have been scattered. This guy is not a human, he is just a spirit, and should be called a tribulation spirit. Didn't he just say that he himself is a law enforcement heaven spirit, so he came here specifically to kill you? That's right, this guy is the seventh tribulation, nirvana doom that you have to go through. Long Shui said. He never thought that his seventh tribulation would actually be like this. As for that hollow spirit body, he naturally understood that it was the ancient spirit clan's very strong inherent skill. Gu Dongqin only knew how to use it, and this inherent skill could make his body feel like air, and would not be able to injure him. How strong is this guy? Chen Xiang held onto the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword tightly. Staring at the seemingly emotionless law enforcement heaven spirit, he felt the strange killing intent from the law enforcement heaven spirit. Chen Xiang was also slightly angry in his heart, making him feel as if he was not welcome by the heavens. Very strong. Long Shui only had 2 words, and her understanding of these law enforcement heaven spirit also only amounted to this much. Die. The law enforcement heaven spirit said indifferently. Just as he said that, Chen Xiang felt a sharp pain from his chest, and he also felt his breastbone breaking. Following that, an incomparable pain came from his chest, a tearing pain that caused him to scream out loud, and fresh blood spurted out along with his scream. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Chen Xiang lied on the ground and looked at the law enforcement heaven spirit. Previously, he did not see nor did he sense that the law enforcement heaven spirit had attacked him. Yet he was struck by a heavy punch. If not for the protection of the profound wood diamond armor, that punch would have penetrated his chest and destroyed his heart. This law enforcement heaven spirit was truly powerful, to even be able to beat Chen Xiang up to the ground without him being able to detect anything. He didn't die, continued to kill. Just as law enforcement heaven's spirit finished speaking, Chen Xiang immediately rolled on the ground. Just as he turned around, there was an extra footprint on the ground where he laid, and the entire auction place was shaking for a bit, causing the Fire Divine Palace people outside to be alarmed, afraid that Chen Xiang would run out. Chen Xiang's heart still had some lingering fear, because that kick just now was aimed at his head. If he hadn't dodged it, the consequences would have been obvious. It was understandable for this law enforcement heaven spirit to be so strong, since the powerful robbery power had produced something that had such intelligence. Although the type of nirvana doom that he had endured before was very strong, it did not concentrate all of his strength, and it was all just a large area of attacks. And this law enforcement heaven spirit in front of him, not only did it not waste a large amount of robbery power, but also had an extremely lethal attack which made it difficult for Chen Xiang. With the last 2 times, Chen Xiang became even more vigilant, releasing all of his divine power to observe his surroundings. The speed was so fast that Chen Xiang could not see it, and he did not dare to block it either, so he could only avoid it, because with this kind of ethereal body you could not hit him, but he could hit you instead. This guy hasn't fully grown yet. I feel that he is slowly growing stronger, probably devouring the energy outside and making himself stronger. This isn't a good thing for you. It's best if you kill him before he fully matures. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang also wanted to, but he didn't even have the chance to retaliate. It was already good enough that he didn't get beaten up. But more importantly, he didn't even know how to attack this law enforcement heaven spirit with an ethereal body. Don't you have a philosophic stone? Try using a philosophic stone. This thing is very mysterious. You should know how to deal with this law enforcement heaven spirit. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang secretly cursed himself for being so negligent, and actually did not think of this. The philosophic stone could comprehend everything about the natural way and was extremely profound. It might be possible for him to pry into the law enforcement heaven spirit's weakness. He immediately took out the philosophic stone, and at the same time he felt a strong qi approaching him, so he quickly dodged. At the same time, he also channeled his divine power into the philosophic stone, and unknowingly, a diagram of the innate qi appeared in his mind. This is it. This is the power that can attack this guy. Chun Xiang was ecstatic. Under this state, the overlaid berserk dragon power struck the punch that was aimed at his forehead. Bang! A loud sound echoed from inside the seal. It was the first time Chen Xiang had touched this law enforcement heaven spirit, and his entire arm was numb. He had retreated dozens of steps, and the law enforcement heaven spirit had only taken a few steps back. It was clear that there was a huge gap in strength between the two of them. This guy is really strong. I just like to fight with guys like him who are much stronger than me. Chun Xiang took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Just now, from the philosophic stone, he learned that this kind of body that could deal with hollow spirits could be created by him using a little bit of innate qi to circulate the power of this body. Stop resisting. Law enforcement heaven spirit said indifferently. His body suddenly released a burst of gold light and then disappeared. Chun Xiang was shocked. He only felt that he was surrounded by the law enforcement heaven spirit's qi from all directions. He did not know which side the law enforcement heaven spirit would come from. Up ahead. Chun Xiang sensed it, and just as he was about to attack, he suddenly realized that he could not move at all. His legs were grabbed by a pair of hands that came out from the ground. Both of his wrists were held by two hands that appeared out of thin air, and his waist was held tightly by two arms. Chun Xiang never thought that this would happen, seeing that the strong enemy was attacking at him, but he could not even move. He could only allow the enemy to destroy his body. Boom! 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 The law enforcement heaven spirit's fists were glowing with a golden light, and each of his punches would hit Chun Xiang's body, causing explosions. The law enforcement heaven spirit's punches were extremely ferocious, as if he wanted to punch through Chun Xiang's body with his punches, but he was unable to do so. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Chun Xiang roared. His body had already been punched for hundreds of times, even though he had the protection of the Profound Wu Diamond Armor S. But the shock wave from the punch seemed to be able to break all the bones in his body. Following his furious roar, a golden gale burst out from his mouth, bringing a long flash. H.I. plus Cyan lightning as it rushed towards the upper half of law enforcement heaven spirit, instantly engulfing the entire heavenly spirit realm. Chun Xiang finally hit the law enforcement heaven spirit, and the hand that was holding onto him disappeared as well. After struggling free, he took out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword and chased after it SLAs. H.I. plussing down fiercely at the law enforcement heaven spirit, and in that instant there were dozens of heavy blades. The blades had all trembled the ground, the impact causing the air to explode, and it was extremely scary. Chun Xiang did not expect that the law enforcement heaven spirit would have flesh and blood. However, what made him curse was the law enforcement heaven spirit that was chopped into pieces actually came back to life. He knew how to reform himself, and his speed was extremely fast. You can't kill him. You can't kill him. Chun Xiang avoided the kick sent by the law enforcement heaven spirit. He was extremely anxious. At this moment, he could feel that the law enforcement heaven spirit was becoming more and more powerful. If he was still unable to defeat it, it would be very difficult for him. Outside, the two array discs were absorbing a huge amount of energy. The people of Fire Divine Palace kept on taking out Spar S, maintaining the array's operation. If it stopped, Qinxiang might just run out. They were very worried about this. And this was all because the law enforcement heaven spirit was absorbing the energy outside, strengthening himself so that he could kill Qinxiang. Without the overwhelming superpower, it would be very difficult to defeat him. However, he is not invincible. He would need a very powerful strength to use his void spirit body or to reconstruct his body. Long Shui said. Qinxiang shouted angrily at the law enforcement heaven spirit and attacked again. This time he used the third killing move from the heaven-earth killing method. Fusing three of them together, the star diagram above his head, the mountain and river beneath his feet, the killing G-O-D heart in his heart beating, releasing waves after waves of terrifying killing intent. It merged with the divine power in his divine sense C, turning into a type of momentum, causing his strength to become even more powerful, as though he was a powerful fighting spirit. The divine blade slashed out, releasing a dragon cry in all directions, and the green dragon soared out. Its eyes flickered with a red light, bearing its fangs and brandis. H-I, plussing its claws, it rushed towards law enforcement, heaven spirit. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the earth, and when the green dragon-shaped power rushed forward, the law enforcement heaven spirit wanted to dodge. But he was still a bit slow. His body was struck by the dragon head ruthlessly, the berserk power ripping the law enforcement heaven spirit into dozens of pieces. Qinxiang's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the law enforcement heaven spirit was very strong, his body was very weak. Facing such a strong attack, he actually broke it. And even if it could be reformed, it was still a big weakness of his. And such a process would consume a lot of energy. You're nothing special. Qinxiang ran over and slapped his palm down towards the few pieces of flesh on the ground. The strong force that was surging through his body transformed into a huge flaming palm that ruthlessly smashed into the pieces on the ground, turning them into ashes. Boom! 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 Qinxiang quickly struck his palms a few times, causing all the flesh on the ground to turn into dust. However, the law enforcement heaven spirit was not destroyed and unexpectedly appeared right in front of Qinxiang. Even if he did not have a physical body, he could still reform it. This guy. I clearly used the G-O-D slain method, so his soul should have suffered some sort of severe injury as well. Qinxiang clenched his teeth and said, I will not die. As long as the heavens and the earth are still there, they will provide me with endless power until I kill you. Law enforcement, heaven spirit's voice was ice cold. His expression was like someone looking down at an ant, as if he could pinch Qinxiang to death any time. Qinxiang laughed coldly. Don't think that you are invincible. Aren't you also unable to kill me? In my eyes, you are just a heartless dog that has been bestowed with great power. While he was speaking, law enforcement, heaven spirit, had already attacked, releasing a powerful qi. His power was actually stronger than before. Bang! Law enforcement, heaven spirit, fiercely punched Qinxiang's abdomen. Qinxiang was not able to dodge in time. His left rib was struck by the powerful force, causing the bones there to almost shatter. But he did not fly out, but retreated half a step and threw a palm towards law enforcement, heaven spirit's head instead. The violent power of the heaven-blasting palm smashed law enforcement, heaven spirits, head to pieces, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Law enforcement, heaven spirit, increased his tempo. Although his head was blown off, his body was still in good condition as he quickly unleashed 2 more palm strikes, which shook SPAC and struck towards Qinxiang's chest. Qinxiang only felt the bones in his chest being broken as pain flooded his body. The instant he was sent flying, he swept his leg towards law enforcement heaven spirit's lower body and broke his thighs. Chun Xiang endured the pain and took out a few pills to swallow. This guy's body is just a piece of dregs, but when he attacks, every move will break the bones. Long Shui said, "That's for sure. This guy's body has just been formed and is still unstable. Moreover, he doesn't need a strong physical body. There's no need for that. Looks like this guy really can't be killed. Since that's the case, I can only take the risk. I don't believe that this move can't kill him." Law Enforcement Heaven Spirit was in the middle of condensing his head, and just when he was about to condense it, he was suddenly enveloped by a translucent golden pill furnace. The heavenly alchemy was a super divine technique that could burn the heavens and the earth. Before, he had been warned by the white tiger many times not to use it excessively, so he had restrained himself a lot and did not refine any more mountains. Now that the law enforcement heaven spirit was hard to deal with, he could only use this method to refine it. Even the heavens could refine it. He believed that refining the spirit formed from the energy of heaven and earth shouldn't be a difficult matter, and he might even be able to refine a powerful pill. The law enforcement heaven spirit was very strong. If he wanted to refine him, he would have to stay inside the pill furnace obediently, or have an extremely strong divine power to trap him inside the pill furnace, preventing him from breaking through the pill furnace in a short period of time. "Little naughty dragon, lend me your divine power." Chun Xiang sensed that the pill furnace was about to be broken through and anxiously shouted. Long Shui had already made such preparations a long time ago. Chun Xiang's divine sense, suddenly surging with a vast and powerful divine power, made Chun Xiang extremely shocked. He never thought that Long Shui's divine power would be so strong. It was a good thing for him. Don't think about it. Chun Xiang quickly fused with the D power that Long Shui had transferred over, using it to stabilize the pill furnace. This was a pill furnace condensed from the heavenly alchemy. According to the records of the heavenly alchemy, as long as one had sufficient strength, even the legendary DS would not be able to escape. With such a powerful divine power, Long Shui was able to stabilize the furnace. Chun Xiang did not know where the heavenly alchemy came from, but he believed in its power. Using the heavenly alchemy to refine things, doesn't that require a lot of flames? These flames are formed from absorbing the energy of the world, and are close to the power of the heavenly fire. Long Shui asked, seeing Chun Xiang using the heavenly alchemy to refine something powerful. She knew that she would get her hands on something. Chun Xiang saw the anger on Law Enforcement Heaven Spirit's face and could not help but laugh. "Don't worry, there is a special method to deal with this kind of situation in the heavenly alchemy, especially this kind of Law Enforcement Heaven Spirit that is connected to the heaven and earth. He himself is a powerful force of nature. Let him burn himself." Suddenly, many spirit grain-s appeared outside the translucent pill furnace. Like threads, they gradually formed and filled the entire surface of the pill furnace. Chun Xiang had created these based on the methods in the heavenly alchemy. These spirit grain would produce a strange power which could make the things in the pill furnace flow naturally. Law Enforcement Heaven's spirit roared out. His body suddenly exploded and turned into a strong flame, burning the pill furnace. After Law Enforcement Heaven's spirit's body turned into flames, he immediately condensed a new body inside the furnace, then self-detonated inside the furnace, becoming flames again and again, causing the flames inside the furnace to become stronger and stronger. More than 10 days later, Chun Xiang could not remember how many Law Enforcement Heaven Spirits' bodies had turned into raging flames, but the flames inside the furnace were already strong enough, and only now did he begin to burn this Law Enforcement Heaven Spirit. Su Meiyao asked in doubt, "Little scoundrel, how is this guy going to refine the technique? Will he refine out a body and another one will appear?" Chun Xiang laughed. "That isn't it. As long as I refine this fellow's body until it is almost broken, there will be a slight pause, and when he recovers completely, we can continue to refine more. In this way, we can form many medicine aura." He was obviously sent here to kill, but now he had fallen into someone else's pill furnace. This was probably the first time law enforcement heaven spirit met with such treatment. Although the law enforcement heaven spirit could injure Qin Xiang and break his bones, Qin Xiang's recovery rate was also very strong, so it was difficult for them to have any results if this carried on. But it was different now. Qin Xiang did not need to fight, as he could continuously drain the energy of the law enforcement heaven spirit. However, when he was about to be completely melted, Qin Xiang would pause for a moment, allowing the law enforcement heaven spirit's body to return to its original state and then continue to burn. In just 3 days, a large amount of energy had ACCU, mulat, inside the furnace, which could be used to produce flames or could be used to condense pills. However, when he was about to be completely melted, Qin Xiang would pause for a moment, allowing the law enforcement heaven spirit's body to return to its original state and then continue to burn. In just 3 days, a large amount of energy had ACCU, mulat, inside the furnace, which could be used to produce flames or could be used to condense pills. No wonder that white cat told you to use the heavenly alchemy so carefully. It's too abnormal. It turned that guy into a dog. Long Shui laughed and said, Senior White Tiger said before, that back, then 10 Heavens Supreme, Lord, caused trouble because of the excessive use of the heavenly alchemy, and I am unable to use it now. Hopefully it is not like 10 Heavens Supreme, Lord, or else it would be hard for my power to resist it. Qin Xiang was also worried. Qin Xiang was enjoying his training inside, but the Fire Divine Palace outside were in a miserable state. Over the past 10 days, they had been consuming a large amount of spar-s every day, and they had to call over spar-s from various businesses that they had established in the Fire Divine Palace in Ditian. They had already used up all of their spar-s in the profound Ice City. Moreover, they did not know when would be the end. If they knew that their spar-s had all been refined into pellets by Qin Xiang, they would definitely vomit blood right now. The profound Ice City was protected by many powerful formations, which was why it was warm in the winter and cold in the winter. However, the spirit energy inside the profound Ice City was currently being crazily absorbed by the 2 arrays sealing Qin Xiang, and the one absorbing the spirit energy was the law enforcement heaven spirit. What made the Fire Divine Palace jump was not only the consumption of a large number of spar to stabilize the seal, but also the few big defensive arrays showing signs of weakening and accelerating. In other words, the power of the few big defensive arrays were losing and rust. H.I. plussing into the seal that trapped Qin Xiang. Hall Master, we do not know how long we will have to endure for. If this continues, all of our Fire Divine Palace will be hollowed out, so we might as well kill Qin Xiang. An old man suggested, as long as we capture Qin Xiang's wife alive, Qin Xiang will obediently hand over the good stuff that he has. The value of the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, and the dragon vein Farserpa. SES, everything that we have right now. The palace lord said, we can't stop now. This might be Qin Xiang messing around with something inside. If he wants to escape, we definitely can't give him the chance to do so. You have to understand, if the seal is removed now, even I might not be able to trap him any longer. I absolutely cannot relax. It would be too difficult to seal him once. The powerful law enforcement heaven spirit also submitted in front of Qin Xiang's furnace at this moment. He didn't know why, but after staying inside for a month, he stopped struggling and sat there cross-legged. His body was slowly incinerated by the flames, never to be reborn again. This surprised Qin Xiang. He still hoped that the law enforcement heaven spirit would last a little longer, and then he would be able to concoct a batch of pretty good pills without spending any effort. But the pills that were being concocted now were not bad either. If they were to continue for another year or so, the Fire Divine Palace outside would be exhausted. At this moment, the seal had stopped devouring energy, causing all the higher-ups in the Fire Divine Palace to heave a sigh of relief. These past few days had been like a nightmare for them. Qin Xiang did not know about what was happening outside, but that was a good thing for him. He was focused on condensing the pill, and there was a large amount of energy inside the pill furnace. The other thing that caused Chen Xiang to cheer was that he could already feel the power of giving entering his body. As he was fusing with the power of giving, he was also compressing the pill furnace's energy. If he did not understand heavenly alchemy, he might still be fighting with the law enforcement heaven spirit that was hard to kill, and at the end he would be the one dying. When this news spread, it made many people shocked. They all thought that Chen Xiang had used more than a month in that seal, and had almost used up all of the spar in the Fire Divine Palace. But now that the seal had returned to its original state, it did not have any movements. Everyone thought that Chen Xiang was just gathering his energy for a strike. Maybe he would not be able to do this anymore. It was truly a pity. The appearance of the law enforcement heaven spirit was related to Chen Xiang, so it could be said that those spar were consumed because of Chen Xiang, but Chen Xiang did not know, so he managed to indirectly obtain the energy of those spar S, which was the pellet that he was refining right now. After transcending the 7 nirvana tribulations, the power of giving that he obtained was different from before. Not only did these power of giving gradually take the form of his 7th heaven pellet, it also transformed his body and made it stronger than before. The most miraculous thing was that even though his body was already very strong, he was still able to improve greatly under the effects of the power of giving. Therefore, those who had undergone the nirvana tribulation would usually have a devastating golden body, which was the symbol of a person who had undergone the nirvana tribulation. Even the strength of the body would have the power to destroy it. Of course, if the original body's foundation was very strong, then the devastating golden body would also be stronger. Many people would become more hardworking after going through the 6 nirvana tribulations. For someone like Chen Xiang, who had mastered a mortal devil body to a large degree, he was probably the only one. As a result, he did not know how strong his physical body was. In 3 days' time, his 7th heaven pill had already formed, and it was still increasing. In the future, he would cultivate to perfection and then condense the 8th heaven pill's core. But the power of giving was not over, and was still altering his body. At the moment, his body was SHI plus Ning with a bright golden light, and when the light flickered, he released waves after waves of powerful auras. Even he felt that it was inconceivable, because all of this was the power of his body. The pellet in the furnace had already been refined. It was 2 white pellets, but right now, Chen Xiang did not have the time to eat it, but had the philosophic stone S in his hands, allowing him to unleash the power of giving better. Right now, it was extremely important to him. He felt that his body had to break through his immortal devil body to reach a whole new realm. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. The power of his body combined with the power of the innate chi, its might was limitless. From his point of view, the power of his body could make the innate chi stronger, and the strength of his innate chi could also make his divine power stronger. If you look at it this way, you should be able to break through the immortal devil body this time, and what kind of physical body would be there when the time comes? We personally witnessed this little scoundrel during the first stage of the immortal devil body, but not too long later, his immortal devil body reached large success, and he even stepped into a realm where even I do not know how strong his physical body is. Su Meiyao thought back to this matter and sighed. When they first met Chen Xiang, they did not expect him to grow so fast. Bai Yuyu's heart was also filled with emotions. She couldn't help but think back to the first time she met Chen Xiang, when she was completely naked with him, and this made her cold and elegant jade face to feel a little hot. If the body of the little scoundrel grows any further, it might even be the legendary body of heavenly sage. Long Shui exclaimed, "It's not easy for a human to reach such a state. If it's really like that, then his body will become even more abnormal than his own innate chi." Body of heavenly sage, body of heavenly sage. Bai Yu muttered to himself and said, "Isn't this the realm that Master has always pursued the body? Shui, if this little scoundrel reaches that level, how strong would his physical body be?" Su Meiyao asked in surprise. Body of heavenly sage should have this kind of power at the early stages. I never thought that such a strange thing would happen to his body. The realm of his fleshly body has already said mine by so much, but in the future it will be difficult for his body to improve. Long Shui was also looking forward to how Chen Xiang's body would change after the battle. Chen Xiang closed his eyes, focused on holding the philosophic stone, and then following the philosophic stone's guidance, he started using the power of giving to achieve the best results. But now he could clearly feel how fast his body was becoming stronger. Inside this rundown auction hall, Chen Xiang sat in the middle as the golden rays of light on his body flashed dazzlingly, like the hot noon sun, making it hard for people to look straight at him. Inside this rundown auction hall, Chen Xiang sat in the middle as the golden rays of light on his body flashed dazzlingly, like the hot noon sun, making it hard for people to look straight at him. Chen Xiang began to feel a little pain in his body. He discovered that the blood, bones, and muscles in his body, under the nourishment of the power of giving, were constantly being destroyed, reborn. With so much food being eaten and reborn, it was as if he was being reborn anew. Only the powerful bone soul inside his bones had not been destroyed. That was where his soul resided. The bone soul the two of them combined, causing his recovery speed to be extremely divine. He did not know how long the situation would last, but he was certain that his physical body was constantly growing stronger. It's always growing stronger. What terrifying physical strength! Long Shui used his divine power to peer inside Chen Xiang's body. That kind of shocking enhancement speed made her doubt believe that if Chen Xiang's body really evolved into a body of heavenly sage, then the power of his body would surpass the power of the innate qi. Su Meiyao and Baiyu had never heard of this kind of situation before. Moreover, their physical bodies had not yet reached large success of a mortal devil body, and their flesh bodies had said the immortal devil body. This was a realm normally pursued by people at the peak of the immortal king realm. But Chen Xiang was getting closer and closer to the realm that many heaven realm rankers dreamed of. S failure to escape caused Chen Xiang's friends to feel extremely regretful, but they were still impressed by Chen Xiang's ability. This was because the spar that Chen Xiang had used up all of Fire Divine Palace's energy. Even if it was revealed, it would have left them tongue-tied. Even if Chen Xiang did not come out, it would have caused the Fire Divine Palace to bleed greatly. Everyone said that they did not know that the seal devoured a large amount of energy because of the law enforcement heaven spirit. Chen Xiang had transcended the 7 nirvana tribulations and met a strong law enforcement heaven spirit. But in the end, this law enforcement heaven spirit was refined into a pill by Chen Xiang, and in the future he would become a powerful part of Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang suddenly let out a long roar. The roar released a strong penetrating force, causing all the ceiling formations to tremble. The sound penetrated out, resonating in the air above profound Ice City. The aura that looked down upon the entire world made many people feel fear, as though they were facing a god with the power to destroy the world. The golden light on Chen Xiang's body disappeared. It seemed like he did not have much of a change, but the power inside his body had undergone a tremendous change, becoming countless times more powerful. With the power of the 35 heaven pellets in his body, he could now fight against the immortals. Immortal ascension of the fleshly body. Long Shui took a deep breath. Is this body of heavenly sage? Chen Xiang clenched his fist, sensing the powerful strength contained within the body of heavenly sage. He felt that he could kill a worldly immortal with one punch. Chen Xiang stood up, suddenly shouted, and punched towards the sky. There was no innate qi, but the strong force was able to cause ripples in S-P-A-C. I can leave very soon, you be A-S-T-A-R-D of Fire Divine Palace. Wash your neck and wait for me to cut it off. Chen Xiang clenched both his fists tightly, as his heart surged with emotions. Su Meiyao and Baiyu were both extremely excited, because they had personally witnessed Chen Xiang cultivating his body of heavenly sage step by step, and Chen Xiang was the person closest to them. He was the person who would be able to help them recover their peak level strength in the future. Even though your physical body is now strong, it will be difficult for you to have more room for improvement in the future. You have already reached the boundary of humanity. Long Shui lamented. Body of heavenly sage have always been something that could only be cultivated by powerful dragons. I never thought that you, a human, would succeed so early. Although it's only at the initial stage, it's already very rare. Long Shui, who usually liked to brag, had no choice but to admire Qin Xiang at this moment. Qin Xiang laughed out loud and said, "It's rare that Heavenly Dragon Supreme Lord praised me, and surprised and flattered me." Long Shui scoffed. "Humph, don't be too pleased with yourself. Even though you made a breakthrough, you can't get out now either." This seal was very strong and was built according to the standards of a sealed immortal king. Just now, Qin Xiang had punched the air and he knew how stable the S.P.A.C. inside was. Even though his current strength was strong, he was still unable to use the power of the spatial laws to leave this place. Looks like this is the only way. Qin Xiang took out a few dozen profound bings and said, "I refine these profound bing into destructive ice seal Dan." Qin Xiang explained further, "Even if I borrow all of your strength, I'm afraid that I won't be able to break this seal. But with this added on to the fact that we might still have a chance the moment the ice seal Dan breaks out, and my body is not afraid of ice at the moment. I also have the profound wood diamond armor, so I can defend against the power produced by the ice seal Dan's explosion." A single profound bing was enough to destroy the entire city, but now, with dozens of them merged together, their might was not only increased by just a few dozen times. "Understood, quickly start." Long Shui said, "As long as the grain force was extracted from the profound bing powder, the remaining pure energy would not be destructive. If the grain force was kept, it could be refined into a destructive ice seal Dan. Maybe dozens of profound bing wouldn't be enough, so I might as well use 100. Qin Xiang thought for a while before he added another profound bing. Was very careful. If it were to explode, his Yanlong furnace might even break. However, Qin Xiang did not dare to do it because he did not want his Yanlong furnace to explode. When he first refined it, it was because he did not know enough about the profound bing and was not prepared well. That was why it exploded. But it was different now. He had a very thorough understanding of the profound bing and had refined it many times, so he was confident that he could refine 100 pieces of high-quality profound bing into a destruction ice seal Dan. More than 10 days had said, and all 100 profound bing had disappeared. They were all inside the Yanlong furnace, and currently the Yanlong furnace was trembling as it condensed into a ball of ice the size of a watermelon. This ice ball was still too big, and its power was very small. Only by compressing this ice ball into the size of a grape could it be of a higher quality. "Lend me your divine power. I need to speed up a bit," Qin Xiang said to Long Shui. At any moment, Long Shui would have enough power to lend it to Qin Xiang. She had exchanged blows with Qin Xiang before, and her divine power was able to fuse perfectly with Qin Xiang's divine power in an instant. Qin Xiang controlled the strong and huge divine power, wrapping the ice ball inside the Yanlong furnace. At the same time, he released strong flames, causing the structure of the ice ball to loosen up a lot, and then controlled the strong divine power to squeeze the ice ball, compressing it. It had to be known that the ball of ice was filled with the grain force and a pure energy that was as vast as the ocean. If it exploded out, the power would be unimaginable. The Fire Divine Palace thought that after Qin Xiang struggled to escape, there was no other way to escape. At this time, they also began to implement their plan. They would send people to discuss with the powers that wanted to attack the Chen Martial continent and rope them in. At that time, listening to them, the Fire Divine Palace would only know, which would make it easier for the Fire Divine Palace to attack the Chen Martial continent, and the losses would also belong to others. The Fire Divine Palace thought that after Qin Xiang struggled to escape, there was no other way to escape. At this time, they also began to implement their plan. They would send people to discuss with the powers that wanted to attack the Chun Martial continent and rope them in. At that time, listening to them, the Fire Divine Palace would only know, which would make it easier for the Fire Divine Palace to attack the Chun Martial continent, and the losses would also belong to others. As for whether the other powers would agree to it, it would still depend on Fire Divine Palace's sincerity and strength. Chun Xiang had been trapped here for almost 9 years. He could guess that Fire Divine Palace would definitely have a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He was worried that the immortal king from Fire Divine Palace would make a move. In Chun Martial continent, other than the White Tiger, no one else could fight against him. If he could get out, he could only use those super old poison to kill that immortal king. Just a bit more. Hold on. Chun Xiang's divine power was also almost used up. The ice ball that was originally as big as a watermelon inside the Yanlong furnace was now as big as a walnut, and it was quickly compressed into a destructive ice seal Dan. An hour later, the shaking Yanlong furnace stabilized itself. Chun Xiang let out a long sigh of relief, then laid on the ground, gasping for air. I've finally succeeded. I'll be able to leave very soon. Chun Xiang was very confident in the might of this destructive ice seal Dan. He needed to rest. As long as he recovered to his peak, he could proceed with the next step. There were always people watching the sealing array. The guards were not weak, they were all worldly immortals, and could be considered to be one of the stronger powers in the Fire Divine Palace. They were sitting leisurely at the place, and had no idea that Chun Xiang was about to come out. Chun Xiang consumed the pill and quickly recovered. He was full of vigor, and when he thought about how he could leave the place and use the powerful energy of his body of heavenly sage to take revenge on the Fire Divine Palace, he became extremely excited. Lend me your strength. Chun Xiang took out that destructive ice seal Dan, and his hands couldn't help but start trembling. If he threw this destructive ice seal Dan out, as long as he received a fierce stimulus, it would explode. A golden and dazzling set of armor emerged on Chun Xiang, making him look like a Jiao. Long Xue's vigorous dragon power could already be used by him as he wished. Ready. Chun Xiang took a deep breath. After adjusting his condition, he fiercely jumped into the air and at the same time threw the ice seal Danes out, causing the pellet that contained a terrifying destructive ability to crash into the invisible seal that was shrouded over them. At the same time, he transformed the power of 35 of his heaven pellets into dragon power and fused it with the boundless dragon power that Long Xue had sent over. Adding in the power of his own body of heavenly sage, his current power became incomparably powerful. Boom! The destruction ice seal Dan exploded, and a powerful burst of cold air accompanied by a burst of qi spread out in all directions. In that moment, Chun Xiang used the explosive force to blast out a punch towards the transparent seal. It was condensed with the powerful energy that he was able to use, accompanying the explosive force of the destruction ice seal Dan. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the entire auction place started to shake violently, and in an instant it became a world of ice and snow. Chun Xiang's entire body was covered with profound bingness, and he was struck by the force of the impact. He was in extreme pain, but that was better. The soldiers did not heavily injure him. There it is. Chun Xiang suddenly caught a glimpse of a crack in the ground where he had been attacked by a powerful force. Chun Xiang immediately shot towards the crack, and the crack was quickly healing. He had underestimated the power of the seal array. He originally thought that he would be able to create a big hole, but there was only a small crack. I must get out. In the instant that the crack was about to close, he used up all his power from Divine Sense C and used the profound movement skill inside the transformation technique. He turned himself into a wisp of smoke and quickly Pa-S said through the crack. The people who were guarding the sealing circle felt it shake violently and immediately turned pale in fright and anxiously called for the hall master. The commotion just now was too intense. They did not understand how Chun Xiang could use such a powerful force to shake the terrifying sealing circle. Furthermore, he could not open it. He was worried that the moment it was opened, Chun Xiang would suddenly appear and at that time it would be very hard to grab hold of him. He's only at the end of his strength. This sealing formation is unbreakable. He's still inside, and he's only struggling uselessly. Humph! He was an immortal king, so he was well aware of how powerful this grand formation was. Even if he was sealed inside, he wouldn't be able to come out. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But what they did not realize was that in that moment of violent shaking, a light wisp of smoke floated out and floated along with the breeze into the patch of GRA. S at the edge of Profound Ice City. Because the Profound Ice City was protected by a large formation, flowers, plants, and trees could be grown in the snowy lands of the profound, cold, ancient realm, and they were extremely lush and flurries. Plussing. Qin Xiang had already exhausted all of his strength. Seeing the warm light that was being emitted by the light barrier that enveloped the Profound Ice City, his lips curled into a smile. I'm finally out. A year earlier. Qin Xiang was very satisfied with this. He would definitely not let the Fire Divine Palace know that he had come out. After 4 hours, he had completely recovered. He had turned into an Una. Summing middle-aged man. He walked around the city, inquiring about what had happened during the past 9 years. What made him more pleasantly surprised was that the Chun Martial Continent's defensive capabilities were very strong. The strength of the entire body exceeded his expectations, and was able to resist the invasion of multiple powers from the third realm of the human demons over the past few years. Since they are all fine, then I am relieved. Fire Divine Palace. Oh, Fire Divine Palace. You shouldn't have tried to kill me, and even more so, shouldn't have thought of using Xian to threaten me. Qin Xiang's eyes suddenly turned incomparably cold, and he walked towards the city gate. The Profound Ice City was inside the profound, cold, ancient realm, and the Fire Divine Palace's secret underground palace was also inside. It was also a place that the Fire Divine Palace attached a lot of importance to, so Qin Xiang decided to rush over there right now. It was not easy to build that underground palace. He thought that the Fire Divine Palace would not move the Ice Emperor away, and he felt that that place was most suitable for the Ice Emperor to absorb energy to revive. Qin Xiang didn't know what the relations H-I+P between the Fire Divine Palace and the Ice Emperor was, but he knew that the Fire Divine Palace was in a hurry to revive the Ice Emperor. Not long after he left the city, Qin Xiang saw some hidden codes on the ground, which only Duanchong knew about, and they were the contact method that Duanchong had given him. Following the secret signal, he found a piece of communication jade symbol paper. Elder Duan, where are you? Qin Xiang used a jade talisman to send a message to Duanchong. After falling into the chaotic S-P-A-C, Duanchong came back alive. Little brat Qin Xiang, you really came out? Stay there, and I'll come looking for you, was very surprised. He, the clan chief of the Duan clan, had read through many ancient books in many of the families, and he was very clear on the power of that great formation. It was used to seal the immortal king. Little brat Qin Xiang, you really came out? Stay there, and I'll come looking for you, was very surprised. He, the clan chief of the Duan clan, had read through many ancient books in many of the families, and he was very clear on the power of that great formation. It was used to seal the immortal king. When Duanchong came to the Profound Ice City through the transmission array, he discovered that it was still very calm here. He immediately understood that no one knew when Qin Xiang ran out, and he secretly exclaimed in admiration at Qin Xiang's ability to actually escape from the powerful sealing formation without anyone noticing. He quickly left the city to find Qin Xiang. Duanchong had also changed her appearance before, although there were very few people who had seen him. But when Qin Xiang saw him, he immediately recognized him. Duanchong was surprised to see the middle-aged man in front of him. If he were not at this place where communication jade symbol paper were buried, he would not have believed that the middle-aged man in front of him was Qin Xiang. Seeing Qin Xiang smile at him, he nodded his head. Follow me. Duanchong brought Qin Xiang into the city. They arrived at a B.S. and tea with many array formations. Chun Xiang sat down and smiled. Elder Duan, it's really good to see you again. Duan Chong also laughed. I wanted to tell you this too. I didn't expect you to actually kill the Heaven Thunder Devil Lord. It's such a pity that I fell into a chaotic SPAC and couldn't witness the instant you killed that Heaven Thunder Devil Lord. That guy hurt me. It's good that you're back. Chun Xiang had always felt guilty about this matter because he had opened the spatial door at the time, and Duan Chong had lost it when he had first stepped into the spatial door. Duan Chong didn't ask too much about how Chun Xiang came out. He smiled and said, I'm now your dragon subduing school's elder. Our Duan clan doesn't have any other abilities. We only know how to steal tombs. After Duan Chong came out, he found Duan Sanchong, this grandson of his who was always at work in the dragon subduing school, and found out that the dragon veins were in Chun Xiang's hands, and the Iron Lion army was also in the dragon subduing school. Without saying a word, he directly brought the Duan clan's few people to the dragon subduing school, ending their many years of wandering. With the Duan clan joining the dragon subduing school, Chun Xiang would of course not mind them. Chun Xiang smiled and said, Of course, I welcome Elder Duan to my dragon subduing school. Duan Chong laughed. I never thought that my grandson and I would both be elders, and actually be of the same generation. Chun Xiang had a rough understanding of what had happened in the past few years, so he did not have much to ask. He was more concerned with the lost history that Duan Chong had collected. Elder Duan, is there anything related to the Ice Emperor in the history you've collected? When Chun Xiang asked this question, he did not expect much, but he did not expect Duan Chong's reaction to be so intense. Duan Chong's face was filled with surprise as he anxiously asked, How do you know about the Ice Emperor? He is an extraordinary person. Chun Xiang immediately became excited and said, Tell me what you know first. I urgently need to know more about him. And the Demon Empress of Demon Charming Ice Association doesn't tell me much, just a little. She says that the Ice Emperor is one of the 10 kings of the 9 emperors. Duan Chong nodded. That's right. Ice Emperor of the 10 kings of the 9 emperor palace are vicious, cold, heartless, and addicted to killing. As long as Bing Tian was unconvinced with his actions, they would all be wiped out, and the entire clan would be angered to the point of incurring the wrath of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord and engaging in a great battle with the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. Chun Xiang asked, The Demon Empress said that one of 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's arms was cut off by him. Is that true? Duan Chong shook her head. 10 Heavens Supreme Lord did indeed lose an arm during that great battle and suffered a great loss of vitality. However, it was not done by Ice Emperor alone, and there is still Fire Emperor. At that time, during the great battle, only Ice Emperor and 10 Heavens Supreme Lord were left. However, in the end, the ambushed Fire Emperor suddenly appeared and plotted against him, allowing him to gain an advantage and freeze one of 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's arms before shattering it. Chun Xiang was surprised. The two of them had actually teamed up, and they were even so despicable. And the last, both Ice Emperor and Fire Emperor have fallen. The alliance of the 2 emperors was actually killed by the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord. The power of the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was something that Chun Xiang was extremely impressed with. Chun Xiang pondered for a while, then said, I know that Fire Divine Palace wants to revive the Ice Emperor. Could Fire Divine Palace be related to Fire Emperor? Duan Chong frowned and said in shock, Fire Divine Palace wanted to revive the Ice Emperor. As expected, the Ice Emperor is still with Di Tian. For people like them, it would be difficult for them to die completely. Back then, the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was probably also heavily injured and did not kill all of them. The Fire Divine Palace is related to the Fire Emperor and should be established by the Fire Emperor. I think that the Fire Emperor's body was probably destroyed and his soul was still there, or else the Fire Divine Palace would not be able to continue living until now, because back then, after the Fire Emperor had fallen, the Fire Divine Palace would quickly disappear and only appear in the heaven realm after Di Tian broke up, becoming a strong power. It is very likely that the Fire Emperor wanted to revive the Ice Emperor. As expected, Duan Chong knew a lot of things and was very excited about it. Elder Duan, do you know why the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord perished back then? Chen Xiang really wanted to know about this. According to what I know, it's because of the things that the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord did that shook the position of those fellows. That's why those fellows secretly supported the traitor powers to deal with the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord, and even sent some demon masters after them. Afterwards, there was even an earth-shattering battle, and it was said that Di Tian also broke down at that time. Chen Xiang took out the green, dragon, demon-slain broadsword, caressed the blade, and asked, Ice Emperor and Fire Yenjing have a chance of reviving. Maybe 10 Heaven Supreme Lord can also do it. Maybe 10 Heaven Supreme Lord is still alive. Or maybe he has been reborn. The white tiger had been reborn, so there was nothing impossible about it. I don't know, but in short, no one in the real Emperor's tomb knows where it is. Maybe after you have gathered all the heaven-earth killing method, there will be other ways to find the place where his bones are buried. How many heaven-earth killing method you have now? Duan Chong knew that Qin Xiang had found the celestial slain method in the heaven thunder purgatory. It's still the same, but I have the location of the beast slain method in sacred beast's ancient realm. This was what the super old fire beast had told Qin Xiang. The super old fire beast had also said that this was the place where he and the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord were born. Duan Chong exclaimed, As expected, this is the place where powerful beasts were born back then. 10 Heavens Supreme Lord was also born here. I wonder how it is like right now, but I can feel the danger inside. Qin Xiang had always wanted to know where the sacred beast's ancient realm was. He had originally planned to ask the white tiger about it, but he didn't expect that Duan Chong seemed to know about it. Where? This will have to wait for me to find. During Di Tian's reorganization, the positions in many places have changed. I will calculate the position from a new point of view when I return. Duan Chong knew that gathering all the heaven-earth killing methods was very important to him, but that place was also very dangerous, so he decided not to tell Qin Xiang about it first. Qin Xiang wanted to quickly gather all the heaven-earth killing methods, but he did not know where the other parts were. He could only make himself stronger now, and when he found out where the other parts were, he would be able to quickly take them away. Qin Xiang wanted to quickly gather all the heaven-earth killing methods, but he did not know where the other parts were. He could only make himself stronger now, and when he found out where the other parts were, he would be able to quickly take them away. Do you want to return to the dragon subduing school now? Duan Chong asked. I'm not too worried. After you go back, you can only tell Elderly that I'm free and let him formulate a plan to secretly assist the Chen Martial continent, and it would be best if he contacted the Prink. 1. P. Al of the Devil Subduing College. I believe that if the Fire Divine Palace attacks the Chen Martial continent, he will definitely bring in the forces of the demon and devil realms. Qin Xiang still had to go to that underground palace to completely destroy Fire Divine Palace's plans to revive him. Ice Emperor was actually such a terrifying person, he could not be reborn inside the new Imperial Heaven world. I understand. I will find the location of the sacred beast's ancient realm as soon as possible. Duan Chong nodded his head. He had already known where sacred beast's ancient realm was, but the danger in Fire Divine Palace was still not over. He was worried that Chen Xiang would go and take a risk in sacred beast's ancient realm at this critical moment, and felt that he should at least wait until the matter of Fire Divine Palace's attack on Qin Martial Continent was over before he could tell Qin Xiang about the matter of Sacred Beast's ancient realm. Qin Xiang and Duan Chong parted ways in the profound Ice City. Duan Chong returned to the Dragon Subduing School, and Qin Xiang left the city to search for the underground palace. He knew that the underground palace was very important before, so he told Long Xue to remember the location of the underground palace. This way, he could quickly find it in the future. Qin Xiang felt that there shouldn't be too many strong pract. 1. Tioniers guarding that underground palace. At the very most, there would be some very powerful formations, and he reckoned that there weren't many strong pract. One, Tioniers in the Fire Divine Palace, and right now they needed to go all around to pull some people into the alliance. There would also be some Profound Ice City's headquarters and Profound Ice City, south, guarding that place. Last time in the underground palace, Qinxiang had killed 2 of the stronger ones as well. If he met another expert of that level, he would immediately use his super old poison. After 2 days, Qinxiang used the shrinking step and spatial travel to travel. Right now, he could see the tall mountain from afar, and the underground palace was built right under the mountain. Just as he had guessed, that mountain was shrouded in a strong array formation. After the last incident, the Fire Divine Palace reinforced the array defense. Qinxiang didn't know if he could sneak in like last time. The entrance is gone. Qinxiang turned into snow and used his divine power to observe the entire mountain. The hole that led to the belly of the mountain had already disappeared, but the underground palace was still there. It's a very tight array. If the D power touches it, it might cause a lot of commotion. As for the powerful array inside, I can't see it. I don't dare to use the D power to spy on it right now, or else it'll attract their attention. Long Shui said. Qinxiang observed for a while and discovered that the array had blocked the snow and wind. The SPC was also very stable, and it was difficult to penetrate. This time, the Fire Divine Palace had invested a lot into the array. There will be people patrolling outside at regular intervals. I can feel their residual aura. Long Shui said in excitement. Qinxiang immediately understood and laughed. As long as those patrolling soldiers come out, I will think of a way to hide on their bodies and let them bring me in. Even if someone had heard of it, they did not think that it was something that a human could use. It was a high-level ability from the Imperial Dragon Clan. Thus, Qinxiang was able to use it and transform himself into a variety of things that could be used to infiltrate. It was a small team with 10 people dressed in white, wearing white and wearing a white robe and a white hat. They were all immortal grade S, and the fire attribute in HES within their bodies were extremely thick, which showed that they were all Fire Divine Palace S experts. In the eyes of the new Imperial Heaven World, these 10 people were already considered very strong. They were all existences that Serpa S, said the Nirvana realm. Qinxiang, who had turned into flying snow, controlled himself to float onto one of the person's body. Then he turned into a snow-white mosquito, hiding under the person's wrinkled clothes. These people were patrolling around the mountain, mainly for the sake of discovering the people who were approaching immediately. Normally, those who weren't from Fire Divine Palace would be killed by them, which was what Qinxiang heard from their conversation. They would patrol for 3 days in a row before changing S. H-I plus FTS. When they switched S, H-I plus FTS, there were also 10 people who were on the same level as them. It was finally time for the S, H-I plus FT change. Qinxiang had already felt that those people had brought him into the powerful formation, and then transferred a hidden transmission array to the underground palace. It was difficult for people to travel through S-P-A-C. This was all because of the last time Qinxiang sneaked in, which was why Fire Divine Palace used this technique. But now, Qinxiang had still managed to sneak in, and it was much easier than last time. The Fire Divine Palace had been around for a long time, and knew how to set up many powerful ancient formations. For example, the 10 people who had just returned needed to enter an array formation to be able to distinguish their blood and qi. This was to prevent others from impersonating patrolling soldiers from sneaking in. After entering the array, Qinxiang suddenly felt a mystical power drilling into his body. Then he saw the array give off a strong ray of light, and it started to shake. C-R-A-P, I've been discovered. Qinxiang never thought that this large formation would have this kind of ability. He had initially planned to attach himself to that person's body and follow them into the depths. But he never thought that the large formation would actually sense his existence and even cause such a commotion. That magical power that was able to enter Qinxiang's body caused Qinxiang, who had turned into a mosquito, to let out a white glow At this moment, several elders had already arrived outside the array and were able to see the dazzling mosquito. To be able to cause such a commotion in this formation, this is no ordinary mosquito. An old man's face was gloomy. He took out a small peg, and activated it to create a powerful suction force. Qin Xiang could feel his body flying towards the small peg. Oda, if this carried on, he might even be sealed again. Let's go all out. Everyone saw the small mosquito suddenly flash with a strong golden light. Then an average-looking middle-aged man appeared with a black hammer in his hand. They didn't think that a mosquito could have such a high level of cultivation. At this moment, everyone thought that the person in front of them was a mosquito that had transformed into a demon, and that it might have been him last time. They didn't think that a mosquito could have such a high level of cultivation. At this moment, everyone thought that the person in front of them was a mosquito that had transformed into a demon, and that it might have been him last time. Just as everyone was in shock, the gray and tattered hammer in Qin Xiang's hand had already smashed towards the small tower that was producing a huge suction force. The powerful pressure caused the elder's face to change. When he realized that the hammer was not an ordinary item, it was too late. The hammer of Di had already smashed down ferociously. The golden light was accompanied by a gush of splinters. Those who weren't strong enough had their bodies pierced through by the splinters and were badly mutilated. Qin Xiang only used the power of his body of heavenly sage to have such power. Of course, the power produced by the hammer of Di was also very strong. The elderly man holding the peg had the heaviest injuries. His upper body had a large hole in it. Qin Xiang's hammer was the closest to him. Body of heavenly sage activated the hammer of Di, instigating a very strong penetrative force, causing a blood hole to appear on the elderly man's body. A single strike had exterminated one of their experts. The most frightening thing was that they did not feel any elemental energy fluctuations. The person in front of them seemed to be using brute force to attack them. This was the first time they had seen someone with such great brute strength. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Qin Xiang swept his gaze across the people around him. There were 10 in charge of patrolling worldly immortals, and they all had some injuries, all caused by the broken pieces of the small peg. From earlier. The other 3 elders were also from immortal grade S, but they were in the late stage of worldly immortal stage. Everyone here belonged to the Fire Divine Palace. Although everyone was a little afraid of Qin Xiang, they all made their moves at the same time, using their strongest powers to attack Qin Xiang. You overestimate yourself. With Qin Xiang's wave of the hammer of Od, both its speed and strength had reached the limit. The blades and swords that were attacking him, whether or not they touched the hammer of Od, would be destroyed by a strong wave of energy. The weapons that they thought they were powerful were all made of mud. They could not even withstand a single blow, and were all shattered by Qin Xiang's hammer. Everyone was blown away by Qin Xiang's hammer, while Qin Xiang also disappeared at that moment, appearing like a ghost behind an old man. He raised his hammer and struck towards the old man's head with lightning speed. Boom! The powerful force instantly assembled the air, causing a series of explosive sounds to ring out. When the hammer head struck the old man's head, a vast and berserk power suddenly poured into the old man's body, instantly erupting into a pool of blood, causing one scalp to go numb. At this moment, no one wanted to be hit on the head by the black hammer. It was simply a judge's hammer, whomever was struck. At this moment, everyone was starting to regret. If they didn't find that despicable mosquito, then it was possible that it was just trying to sneak in to steal something. At that time, they would only be scolded a bit. But now that they found out the mosquito monster was fighting, seeing its power, they all felt terrified. After Qin Xiang killed one of them, he then took a strange step and floated to the side of another person. With another lightning strike, he used his berserk energy to smash an old man into pieces. Boom! 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 Those who screamed in panic were beaten to death by Qin Xiang one by one. Qin Xiang's attack was just too strong, and his speed was too fast. making it hard for people to escape. Even the fastest one would become Chun Xiang's target. Soon, only the old man controlling the golden bell was left. This old man was the strongest person here, and he had been on high alert from the very beginning. The other elders who had died were not weak, but Chun Xiang had taken the initiative to strike first and annihilate them. If they had been on high alert and joined forces to defend, Chun Xiang might not have been able to win so easily. Who exactly are you? It can't be that this is the first time you've come in here, right? Until now, the old man was still very calm. It could be seen that he was different from the other people who were struck to death by a hammer. You must be people from the Fire Divine Palace. You are looting everywhere in the profound, cold, ancient realm. You are lucky, yes. And Alchemy, once, at that time, your people would have already been annihilated by me. And then I would have followed up on my way here. If you did not steal from me, then so many things wouldn't have happened. What Chun Xiang had said was the truth. He was currently being besieged by a small team sent by the Fire Divine Palace, which let him know of the Fire Divine Palace's scheme here. The Fire Divine Palace thought that they were invincible and that they could do whatever they wanted in the profound, cold, ancient realm. But they had met Chun Xiang. Since you know that we are from the Fire Divine Palace, and you dare to provoke us, this is not a wise move. Don't think that just because you can get in here twice, you think that you are invincible. Looking at his expression, he was actually not afraid of Chun Xiang at all. Sooner or later, you will be in our hands. If you want to kneel down and beg for mercy and become the slave of our Fire Divine Palace, you might have a way to survive. Oh, of course. Chun Xiang would not think that the underground palace was so small, but he was still not afraid. As long as there was no immortal king, he would be able to leave any time. The old man's face turned pale, the flames on his body ignited, the golden bell he controlled flickered, and then produced a huge buzzing sound. The sound was extremely powerful, causing Chun Xiang's eardrums to hurt. It actually caused the divine power in his head to become chaotic, causing him to feel a headache. Golden bell lights shot out in all directions, resonating non-stop, as though summoning something, and Chun Xiang was struck by the sound waves to the point where his head was splitting apart. Just as he was about to use his energy to counterattack, his vision suddenly turned black, and then an even more intense bell sound reverberated in his ears. Ah! Chun Xiang roared. He knew that he was trapped by the golden bell. The innate qi inside Chun Xiang's dantian suddenly started to surge. The dense innate qi inside the 35 heaven pills started to surge out, converging, knocking against each other, exploding, fusing with each other, transforming into dragon power, which then rushed towards the bones, muscles, blood channels, and blood vessels on Chun Xiang's arm, causing his entire arm to swell up. When the physical strength of the dragon power and body of Heavenly Sage merged together, the power was boundless. In addition to the powerful hammer of G, O, D, the power was even more terrifying. Smash your broken clock. Chun Xiang roared. He turned the hammer around and struck at the golden bell that was enveloping him, releasing a burst of power that shook the entire underground palace, causing some parts of it to crumble. The divine hammer, driven by an extremely powerful force, smashed apart that S to U, R, DY great bell and shattered it into pieces. Those fragments flew in all directions and penetrated into the thick stone wall.